Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You are watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Polderbaan runway 18 right, being used for arrivals as the only runway at the moment. Marja, goedenavond. JD, good morning. Naamgenoot Boy, goedemorgen. Long time no see. Good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. The sun is out and the fog stayed away today. It's a bit hazy as you can see, but it has no name. There's a little bit of wind blowing from the southeast, I think, on paper. Where I'm standing, it doesn't feel like it's blowing at all, or hardly. But it is still early. Wind usually picks up as the morning progresses. Still below zero, frosty conditions here. I wouldn't dare venture over the canal, the Gulf of Amos Live, over to the runway area yet. Don't think it is thick enough, but given a few more nights like last night, and it will be, Schiphol Group will make sure to break open the ice before that will happen. Or at least they normally would. Wolfgang, good morning. Aphrodite, goedemorgen. Marissa, goedemorgen. And all of a sudden, almost half of Team Blue was there. Good morning, one and all. Danny, Nico, Stefan, Silkenator, Troy, all the others. Good morning. Vueling arrived just now. Delta Airlines will be next, flight 56. The Orange Pride is also incoming. We have one 747 arriving from Miami. Two are coming in from the east, but those are both expected around the same time, between 1 and 2 o'clock. Expected for runway 18C. Although one of them is special, or at least a visitor that we don't see very regularly here at Schiphol Airport, so I'm still hesitant. Am I going to stick around until both have landed? They will land on a different runway. Delta Airlines flight 56 having arrived from Salt Lake City. A330-300, 19 years old. First flight July 2005. Johan, Leen, Martijn, Hans. Goedemorgen. Hans D. Several Hanses in the chat. Leo, goedemorgen. Frisse fruitig indeed. It's beautiful weather. The sun is out, as you guys can see. And here the grass crisp. You can see where I drove my utility cart onto the grass. The pipes, I think, contain warm liquid. Next up, American Airlines flight 204 arriving from Philadelphia. 7878 Dreamliner. Quickly heading over to the computer to congratulate and thank Stefan, who is celebrating 9 months of membership. Let's go get to a year. Great stream always. Thank you so much for your continued support, Stefan. Here's to 9 months of membership, I hope. All is still good in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking. 3 more months and you'll be turning green. Not from nausea, but from being a member for a year. Lucas, good morning. SK2010, guten Morgen. Veldi, guten Morgen. Niels, goedemorgen. Wexetjesek, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. It's chilly here. It does look lovely. Buenos dias. Ryanair will be next. Max 8737 arriving from Malaga. Quick look on the map for you guys. see what we can expect. Wind blowing from the southeast, temperature -1, runway use nothing out of the ordinary, Orange Pride near Dutch airspace expected in 25 minutes, cargo lux flying over England, 10:43 it's ETA, Emirates expected 12:24, and then we have ATC, Aerotrans Cargo, that's the airplane I was referring to, now expected 1:30, and cargo lux is expected 1:45, so not sure yet if I'm going to stick around for those airplanes, particularly given that they are going to land on the other runway, but they're coming. Next after this, another Delta A330, flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Lufthansa behind that. And that's a MAX 8 737. Paul, goedemorgen. And welcome all others. Erwin, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. You're watching MS Live. My name is Boy and we're standing at the Polderbaan. Happy Sunday to you all. It's a bit frosty still, -1. Some white ice on the grass here. Things look wintry, but the sun is out, hardly any wind, so the subjective temperature experience not as cold as you would think, although I did just now turn on my heated gloves. Make sure that I can follow the airplanes decently. Adrie, goedemorgen. Johan, goedemorgen. Piet, goedemorgen. Cor, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Me personally, I love this weather. You can dress for the cold. It's beautiful. André, guten Morgen. Clemencia, goedemorgen. Hans says, with the solar panel you can charge your batteries nicely. Indeed you can. Plenty of sunshine here today. And there's even an occasional Contrail. This one flying south of me, west to east. Johan, goedemorgen. Graham, good morning. Graham is tuning in from a hot afternoon in Phuket. Don't think it ever gets really cold out over there, does it? Next up, Lufthansa flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. It's the Yes to Europe livery. Not sure what to do with that. Should I blur it? Political statements, of course, not allowed according to the channel rules. What to do? What to do? Lee, good to see you again, mate. Good evening. Embraer 190 behind this airplane that you could see further out, arriving from Hamburg. Hamburger in the early morning. KLM flight 1752. This is Lufty flight 988 visiting Amsterdam from Frankfurt. Yes to Europe. Well, how about you let the voter decide for themselves? Pieter, goedemorgen. Martin, good morning. Gertin, goedemorgen. Gijs, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Hope everybody has been doing well. Jörg, congratulations and a massive big thank you. Jörg is celebrating 17 months of membership. Looking forward to turning blue in 7 months. Mate, thank you so much for your support. Deep green you are, and blue you shall turn in 7 months from now. A massive thank you for all your support, not just as a member but also as a frequent visitor, both in the chat and in real life. Always a pleasure. Looking forward to the next time. And again, let me know if something is no longer to your liking in the lounge or if something is running low. Ramon, goedemorgen. Hans says, frikandel in de vroege morgen geeft je een hele dag zonder zorgen. Which translates to a frikandel in the morning will provide you a full day without worry. Well, me personally, even disregarding the fact that I'm a vegetarian, I wouldn't want to eat a frikandel right now so early in the morning. I'm sure they're tasty, but in the early morning? Phew. I think I'm not hardcore enough to stomach that. If you don't know what a frikandel is, Google it. Basically a stick of meat. De Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Thank you for your kind words as well. Well, weather like today is not hard to go. With weather like today, it's not hard to go out. It's beautiful weather, and you can dress for the cold. It's rain and low visibility that is what bothers me the most. If we have it. Got a wide body in the foreground, that's KLM flight 682, and we have another wide body that just turned in behind it. It's 2 consecutive A330-300s, the former KLM arriving from Vancouver, and the latter Turkish returning to Amsterdam from Istanbul. Danny, goedemorgen. Wim Jelle, Jessie, goedemorgen. Of Jessie waarschijnlijk, probably. Orange Pride is approaching Dutch airspace. Hey there, Ron. Ronaldo McCullough from Alice Springs. Good evening, mate. Welcome back. Janine, goedemorgen. Stick of questionable meat, Johan says. Yeah. Well. I see that there are also some spotters on the other side as well. Interesting. Let's have a look. Over here it's relatively calm. A couple of pedestrians, a couple of cyclists. Although with the current weather I am expecting more crowdiness later in the day, particularly considering that the A380 is expected to land here on this runway. First up, KLM's A330 returning from Vancouver, Canada. Subdued as always, idle reverse landing. It's what you expect. Daniel, goedemorgen. Herzlich willkommen. JG, goedemorgen. Ayanat Kasmin, good morning. Sheila, good to see you again. Welcome back. Good morning to you too. There you go. Got some lads over there with backpacks, a chair. Somebody over there and there too. No cars to be seen. Not sure if they came walking all the way down there or if they parked elsewhere. So now the Turkish A330 has become the first airplane in the center. At its 10 o'clock we have KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. That's the 7879 Dreamliner. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at Polderbound Runway 18 Ride, currently the only runway in use for arrivals. Beautiful day. temperatures approaching 0 degrees C. It was -1 just now, and -3 when I arrived. With the sun now above the horizon, it is expected to warm up eventually to approximately 6 degrees C, just over 50 F. Hans asks if it was a motor cop lasering the airplanes. Could be, could be. Although, where did he leave his motorcycle then? Didn't see it. This is Turkish flight 1951, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. 9-year-old airplane, first flight March 2015. Good morning, Aeolus Capital. And thank you for your kind words as well. Well, considering I'm more a night owl by nature, it is even more remarkable that I still am able to get up early so regularly. Actually, while on the subject, I actually thought yesterday, because I didn't go out yesterday, initially it looked like it was going to be dense and foggy, and it was. But I didn't expect that the fog would clear so quickly. Missed opportunity. Think I'm going to go out then tomorrow to compensate for the lost day yesterday. Did all my household chores yesterday. But yesterday I was also thinking maybe if the weather is going to be a bit warmer, maybe once or twice go and try an evening time stream. I'm not sure if it's going to be very exciting in terms of traffic, but I am curious to see if, for instance, you would be standing at the edge of the Kaagbaan, runway 06, what the quality would be like. Would also be nice for a change, something different than local mornings, although, truth be told, I think the most interesting traffic takes place in the morning hours, the local morning hours. See that Sarah is also back, good morning. A person on the internet. Good morning. Caleb flight 668, arriving from Austin, Texas. 7879 Dreamliner, PHBHI, 8 years old, first flight September 2016. Hugo, Abhishek, Martin, good morning one and all, Flores, Paul. Welcome one and all, you're watching Amos Live. The channel Schiphol Group loves to hate it's that good, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 ride. First airplane of interest is going to be the Orange Pride, and it is expected within, what is it, 15 or so minutes from now? Also a massive big thank you to Johan, who is celebrating 11 months of membership. On to the next milestone, he writes in Dutch, and that would be his full year of membership next month, when he will be turning green. And Greenpeace is also going to celebrate, because yet another Amos Live member will have turned green by then. Thank you so much, Johan, for your continued support. I hope you still like it in the lounge. Let me know if that's no longer the case, and let me see what I can do about it then. A320 Neos back to back now coming in. We have KM Malta arriving from Malta. And all right, there it is. Was about to go crazy here. There was another one on flight radar, couldn't find it. Okay, Malta arriving from Malta. EasyJet arriving from Birmingham after that. Dutch Brian, goedemorgen. Hey there Troy, good morning. Martin de la Torre, buenos dias, tuning in all the way from Mexico. Welcome one and all. Vishnovat, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. It's been a while. Aviation Dallas, good morning. RDW, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. Familie Sloos, goedemorgen. Flores asks if I am filming with my phone. No. Not exactly. If phones would be able to capture stuff like this, I would want that phone. Planespot Carrington, Servus, tuning in from Austria. Dylan, goedemorgen. Bob, back, tuning in from Sydney. Good evening, mate. Hope you've had a good one. EasyJet arriving from Birmingham and an Embraer 190 behind that. KLM flight 1352 arriving from Prague. Is that the Orange Pride flying left of me? Yep. Now, do I have it visually? I ought to be able to see it if I know where I need to look. Well, Wasn't able to see it just yet. Though I think I should be able to see it if I know where I need to look. Oh, got it. Got a visual on the Orange Pride. Let's have a quick look. There she is. The PH BVA 777-300 arrived from Cape Town, South Africa this morning. Flying off the coast of Haarlem, Zandvoort, a little north of him. First airplane of interest. Landing here in a couple of minutes. Gives me a moment to go back into the chat and highlight Franz Gredler's message, highlighting him. He just now gifted 5 memberships. Franz, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you did it. I hope that everybody who received their membership from you just now will thank you for it. And please use the custom emojis that you now have access to if you have just become a member. They're there for a reason. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to spam us with custom emojis, such as the Orange Pride coming in a few moments. Franz, thank you so much. Extremely generous. And welcome new members. KLM flight 1352 is the next airplane to land here on Polderbaan, arriving from Prague. 15-year-old airplane. First flight September 2009. Good morning, Mika. They call me M. Guten Morgen. Viele Deutschsprechende heute. Herzlich willkommen. And if you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. No such thing as a stupid question. Many people are watching. They're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable. Alrighty, Jillard, goedemorgen. Dutch Aviation, good morning. Rise of Dog, good morning. Also tuning in from Düsseldorf. Schön. Jörg JD, also from Düsseldorf. And also a massive big thank you to Martin, Mr. Haywood, celebrating 13 months of membership, and he writes, keep up the good work. Thank you so much for your kind words, Martin, and thank you also for your continued support. I will do my utmost best to keep up the good work. Thank you so much for your support. Here it is, the Orange Pride gear already extended. PHBVA KLM flight 598 777-300 returning from Cape Town, South Africa. 10 hours and 39 minutes underway. And we all know the age of this airplane. It has turned 17 in the meantime. Hailing from January 2008, it turned 17 this month. Happy birthday, Orange Pride. In 1 year from now, you're legally allowed to drive a car. Patrick, goedemorgen. Brandon, good morning. Martijn, goedemorgen. Marino Panta, good morning. Probably mispronounced that. Tina also back, goedemorgen. Hey, Siegfried also back in the chat. Goedemorgen. Let's go overboard with a little digital zoom. There she is, the BVA. Hey, goedemorgen, bon dia. Alles goed? Heerlijk. Orange Pride komt binnen, hou je camera gereed. De Orange Pride komt binnen, hou je camera gereed. Ja, precies. It's the guy who is walking his dogs here on a regular basis. He always has his camera with him, as you guys can see. Originally from Portugal, which is why I said bom dia to him. Told him that the Orange Pride was coming and that he should keep his camera ready. Good morning, one and all. See that Dirk is also back in the chat. Goedemorgen, Dirk. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Danny Rules, goedemorgen. Travel and Planes, good morning. Andre 202, good morning. The Orange Pride just now returning from Cape Town, South Africa. Jean-Yves, salut mon ami, good to see you. Jess, good morning. Hope you've had a good flight. Saw your light beautifully the other day. Arya, good morning. Why is it so hazy there? Because it is winter and it has been cold here last night. Freezing. The canal here is frozen. And there's ice on the grass, which is now slowly melting, creating a bit of haziness. The piping next to the polderbaan are replacement pipes for, I think, sewage, pressure pipes, persleiding. This is El Al flight 337, 737-900, returning from Tel Aviv. Jendersep, goedemorgen. Mario, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. El Al flight 337, 4 hours and 39 minutes on the way, returning from Israel, Tel Aviv. The airplane 8 years old, first flight February 2016. Now, once did we see something, some parts of the anti-missile system that supposedly is on board all these airplanes from El Al. Now, nothing out of the ordinary is to be seen. It was between the main gears, on the bottom of the fuselage. Nope. Weird protrusions visible on this one. Apparently no Wi-Fi on board. No hump. Well, just small humps over there. Not sure if those are for Wi-Fi. Oh, where's that flock of birds? Are they in the foreground? I hope they are. For a moment it looked like those birds were eerily close to the airplane. I think there was enough spatial separation. Dreamliner from KLM coming in next. Flight 644, 787, 10 Dreamliner. Police is also there. KLM flight 644 is going to be followed by KLM flight 1402, and that is an A321neo from KLM. In fact, the latest, the PHAX-D, PHAXD, and a 777-200 from KLM will be following after that, arriving from Cartagena, which is flying base off the coast. Brandon says, I want to go to Curacao with the Orange Pride one day. Well, maybe you'll be lucky one day. It would be nice, wouldn't it? Or maybe fly with Orange Pride to St. Maarten. Although I think KLM flies the A330 to St. Maarten. Hadi Rob, goedemorgen. Ben je wel goed ingepakt tegen de kou? Are you wrapped adequately against the cold? No, of course not. I'm standing here in my swimming trunks and t-shirt. No, mate, I've got layers and layers. I'm an avid winter sport fan, so I know how to dress warm for cold conditions. Actually, with the relative lack of wind and the sun shining, it's not that bad here. Only thing you have to take into consideration is that your extremities get cold rather quickly. The fingers and the feet. Particularly fingers need to be warm, which is why I have heated gloves. This is KLM flight 644, returning from New York, JFK, 787-10 Dreamliner, the PH-BKM. A year old, first flight, May 2023. Good morning, Amar and Emilia. Gunadi, good morning. Alan also back. What up, mate? Thought I told you to never come back when you wished us a miserable day the other day. But there you go. Happy to see you, mate. 17 months of membership already. Love this channel. You're all mad Fookers. LOL, he says. Well, I think you are the top fool of us all. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, Alan. Good to have you back. You have a miserable day and don't forget to piss off people today. And also a massive big thank you for your support. 17 months a member, 7 months before you'll be turning blue as well. Hope all is still good in the lounge. And also massive big thank you for all the banter. That's what I think I like best. So many people who are vibing on the same frequency. Senseless Dusts and Trains also back. Good morning. Martin R, goedemorgen. Richard and Esme and Tigo. Esme and Tigo maybe using Richard's account. Good morning at least to all of you and to all others who have joined. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy. If you joined us just now, you may have missed the Orange Pride landing already. Not too long ago. We have a 747 on the way from Miami. We have the A380 on the way. There are two 747s on the way, but those are expected to land on runway center later. This is the PHAXD, the fourth and to date latest of KLM's A321neos, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. KLM flight 749 arriving from Cartagena. Up next, 777-200 9 hours and a minute underway. It's the PHBQI, 20 years old, first flight November 2004. Fijne dag, hè? Wat zeg je? Ja? Ja, ja. Wat?
Nee, hij komt straks allemaal van kant, niet hier.
Hoe, welke? De A380?
Oh nee, hij komt straks helemaal mooi aan de ATC.
Oh, ja, de 747 van ATC. Die komt, ja, dat is tussen 1 en 2. Die komt vanmiddag pas op Center. Ja, helaas. Hey, fijne dag. Yeah, indeed, the man was referring to the ATC 747, one of the two that are expected for the beginning of the afternoon between 1 and 2 o'clock. Unfortunately, those are the time slots where parallel arrivals take place, and today the secondary runway for arrivals is going to be 18C. It's a 747 that we don't see very often here at Schiphol Airport. A319 up next, Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. That's flight 450 with Delta's A350 behind it. Delta Airlines flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. The Orange Pride already landed, sadly. You may have missed that if you only joined us a couple of minutes ago. We have Cargolux arriving in, what is it, half an hour from now, flying over England. The east of England still has to traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire. Expected in half an hour and to this runway. Expected later, but also to this runway, because it is before 1 o'clock arriving, is Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. And the two 747s that I referred to, one of them, the ATC Aerotrans Cargo, will be arriving around 1:35, sadly to the center runway. Cargolux Italia arriving from Nairobi, also expected between 1 and 2. Oh, birds traversing over here, incoming traffic. First up, A319 Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Familie Sloos asks if I have hearing protection. I don't. It's not very loud when you're standing here. When they do get loud, it's only a brief temporary exposure. For loud noises to damage your hearing, you need a more prolonged exposure. And there's the flock of birds that traversed earlier. Russell Crowe is over there in the background. These birds are smaller. Are they starlings? Oh, and gone already. Think they might be starlings. René, goedemorgen. Ludo's, good morning. Ty, good morning. Delta Airlines Flight 74 A350-900 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. There it is. And it has the Delta Spirit sticker on it, supposedly. 7-year-old airplane, first flight July 2017. Top Gat, good morning. Luc, goedemorgen. Graziano, bom dia. And starlings indeed, Robert says. Very nice. Luc, goedemorgen. Barry, good morning. Welcome back, one and all. You're watching MS Live. My name is Boy. 3 airplane glide slope shot. Also outbound A220 going to Riga. Air Baltic. There it is. Next up, KLM flight 7, no? Yeah, KLM flight 775 arriving from Port of Spain. There we go, A330-200. And this is the PHAOA. 19-year-old airplane, first flight August 2005. Hadi Kimmy, goedemorgen. HWMF, good morning. Freddy, goedemorgen, good morning. Time for more Delta A330s. Next up, flight 236 arriving from Tampa in Florida. And the airplane behind it is a Chinese triple. That is China Southern Cargo arriving from Shanghai. Shalini's vlog, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Delta Airlines flight 236 on the right, coming in first, arriving from Tampa. 7 hours and 57 minutes underway, 18-year-old airplane. It's the November 813 November Whiskey. First flight, November 2006. Wolfgang says that the PHGOV was at Innsbruck. King on a ski trip or so, I think you might be right. Well, still have an itch to scratch when it comes to ski trips. Haven't booked anything yet, but I did see yesterday where I used to go to in Italy. There is still a vacancy in a hotel that supposedly is good. Maybe in March. But I think you are right with regards to the ski trip, Wolfgang, because they always go to Leg, and I would be surprised if they took the car or drove the night train to Leg. They probably went to Innsbruck and took a taxi from there. Hotel Post, I think they always go to. For ages they've been going there. Though I thought usually they would go in the spring holiday, the school holidays, because of the children. Don't know how old the youngest is, but anyway. Yeah, in March you may have slush. Then again, I also had that last year when I went in February. Stood waiting for the lift in one of the valley, the lowest lifts. Temperature said the thermometer above the lift entrance said 14 C. That was in the beginning of February last year, so there you go. It's not the slush that is bothering, it's usually the humps that form around noon when the prepared piste is getting demolished. I blame snowboarders, but that's just my personal opinion. Next up, China Southern Cargo, having arrived from Shanghai in China. 777 freighter, 11 years old, first flight July 2013. Wolfgang knows what's up. Nice use of the reversers of the Chinese triple there. 11-year-old flight airplane hailing from the year 2013. Got a Dreamliner coming up next, but before that, a KLM 737-800 that is returning from Zurich. KLM flight 1913. Hans asks, what area do you like skiing in? Hey! I'm hearing something behind me. Surprising given the time of day, but there you go. It's the firefighter triplets. Lately I have been going to Italy, to one of the areas surrounding the Sella Ronda. When I was younger I used to always go to the Zillertal, but I know all those areas and the glacier by heart now. One more to go. Marcel, goedemorgen. Grand Kiora. .737 has landed in the meantime, and here's the last of the triplets. And even though we missed the landing of one of KLM's ubiquitous 737s, we will still be in time for the Dreamliner next to land. Brandon asks, why do they roll the vehicles? Something happened? No, mate, this is just their daily patrol round, but it is at a later time than normally would have been the case. Usually around the time I'm setting up, but nothing out of the ordinary is going on, don't worry. This is what they do on almost a daily basis. See that Mr. Hilton is also back. Mark, good morning, good to have you, hope you've been well. And also celebrating 6 months of membership, finally. Yellow, mate, thank you so much for your support. Hope all is still good in the lounge. Let me know if something is running low or if you are starting to get bored out there in the lounge. Let me see what I can do then to fix it. This is KLM in the 100 years livery, a livery that is 5 years outdated. KLM flight 758 returning from Panama City. Typical KLM landing. Keep up the speed, vacate late, sooner to the gate, idle reverse landing. Good morning, Secret Society, and good morning to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, this is the Polderbaan Runway 18 ride, which for another half hour is going to be the only runway in use for arrivals. And then from 11 until 11:40, for 40 minutes parallel arrivals will commence. From 11:40 until 1, another 1.5 hours or so of Polderbaan, the runway we are standing next to being the only runway for arrivals. There's a 747 expected. There's an A380 expected. And if you joined us only just now, you already may have missed the landing of the BVA Orange Pride. There are also two 747s expected later in the afternoon, around 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Those are arriving from the east and are expected to land on the center runway, sadly. Hans usually goes to Saalbach or Serfaus. Saalbach, Hinterglemm, I also want to go to one day. Still have to go to France, I haven't been there. The Three Valleys, high on my wish list. Just am not a big fan of going into an apartment. I like to go half board in a hotel where I don't have to worry about where I need to go out for dinner or make it myself. Pilot USB 101, good morning, tuning in all the way from Uzbekistan. I don't know if we've had viewers from Uzbekistan before. Welcome to AMS Live. Awesome to see that the streams are reaching people in Uzbekistan as well. Welcome one and all. Don't be afraid to say hi, like Pilot UZB 101 just now did. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. This is Air Pegasus, or Pegasus I should say, arriving from Istanbul. As always, A321neo, Air Oink Oink as we call it, because it says Fly Pigs on the side. Or at least that's what most people read into it. The airplane a year old. First flight September 2023. The firefighters in the background making their way over back to the fire station. This is the first of the triplets, the other two a little behind them. Elise, good morning. Daan, goedemorgen. Master Renderer, goedemorgen. Roy, goedemorgen. And here are the other two vehicles. Let's not lose track of what is coming in on Polderbaan itself. It is A2E Dreamliner arriving from Bonaire. Flight 365. 10 years old, the PHTFK. Nick, goedemorgen. And Alan, you're absolutely right. It's great connecting with people from different countries around the world. That's what I think I like so much about this audience. Very global. And what is, in my opinion, one of the channel's biggest assets. It's very hardcore audience. From all over the world. We should reach out to Daft Punk, ask them if we are allowed to use Around the World, their song, before starting the stream. Waiting music. Alrighty, we have a 3 airplane glide slope shot with, in the foreground, ITA Airways, not the A220 that is in the thumbnail, but it is a quote-unquote regular A320, flight 120 arriving from Milan. QJ, goedemorgen. ITA Airways flight 120 arriving from Milan, and EasyJet A319 in the middle, number 2 arriving from Gatwick. Number 3 is Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. That is an A320. A nice linear 3 airplane glide slope shot here. Marianne, goedemorgen. Suzanne, goedemorgen. ITA Airways. Beautiful shade of blue. One of the best, if not the best color of blue out there. I think I like it better than KLM's shade of blue. Even though saying that here in the Netherlands might be considered blasphemy by some. Benvenuti ragazzi. Welcome to the Netherlands. Off access butt shot. Ty asks, have you seen the La Compagnie Blue? I haven't. Don't think I have. Peter, goedemorgen. Hendrik, goedemorgen. Ooh. Nick is selling his collection miniature airplanes 1 to 200. If they're die-cast, I know our moderator Rick Meester might be interested, depending on what you have in your collection, because he also collects them. And I think Gerrit Kromhout, who often watches but not often on Sunday, I think he also collects, or at least he has a couple. So depending on your collection, Nick, I think there might be a few people I know that frequent the chat who would be interested. 200 pieces. Ooh. This is EasyJet A319 arriving from Gatwick. $15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2009. It's the LQG. Next up, Tarom A320 arriving from Bucharest. Behind it is BA, an A319 arriving from London Heathrow. Cargo Lux 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida, is flying an extended base leg over the North Sea, Gulf of Yorkshire, and it is approaching the coast. Indeed, Jespin, it's coming. Dan Air flying for Tarom. Marissa says that explains why it is an A320 and not a 737. Dan Air. Danny! Lovely, lovely, lovely to see. And indeed, Mo, those 787 registers are still funny. The first 3 spell KLM with the last letter. They were first to receive the Dreamliner. And they wanted KLM to know. Bom dia, Adilson. Hey Hans, goedemorgen. Hans, I totally missed a super sticker from you a couple of streams ago, earlier in the week. I only saw it when I was watching back the stream later. So a belated thank you, Hans, for a very generous but overlooked gift. Apologies for missing that. You are perfectly in time, however, and everybody who is watching now is to see the first queen of the show arriving from Miami, Florida. Cargo Lux in a couple of minutes. Arriving from Miami, Florida. Will they be using the reversers is the question. Sander, goedemorgen. Kees, goedemorgen. Tootje Toby. Komt er nog iets leuks? Is there something nice coming? No, it's all boring. Better watch a different stream. Schiphol is boring always. Dexys, good morning. Thomas Gaming, good morning. Turning in somewhere in the distance. There it is. A very boring Cargolux 7478 arriving from Miami, Florida. 7 hours and 18 minutes it has journeyed to get here. Hey, Lisa also back. Goedemorgen. This 7478 is 8 years old. First flight September 2016. DB Baseman, good morning. Johan, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all, you're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy, this is the Polderbaan Runway 18 ride and the first queen of the show. Established on the glide slope. Or is it? Well, I think it's... no. Yeah, it is. Uwe, good morning. Aviation Man 777, goedemorgen. Play is also coming. It's going to be the second airplane after the 7478. A second A321neo from KLM will be landing immediately after the 7478. Let's go overboard with digital zoom. Jeroen, goedemorgen. Bear with me, just in time indeed. H-Man, good morning. It is a 7478 from Cargolux, arriving from Miami, Florida. Looks a bit pixelated, but that is because I'm using a lot of digital zoom. Top end of optical zoom would be here. And you can see the A321neo from KLM turning in behind it, arriving from London Heathrow. That's KLM flight 1002, and that's the FAX A. The very first. So we saw the very last, the latest, and this is the very first A321neo of the 4 currently flying for KLM. Esther Benjamins, good morning. Henk, goedemorgen. Sebas, good morning. Aviation Man, I'm using a Canon XA60. Tim, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Beautiful weather here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Peter asks if I have enough vodka with me. I do, don't you worry. Astrid, goedemorgen. The airplane that should turn in next from the left is going to be Play, an A320neo. Probably in the vicinity of the pipes, also a bit lower. Not yet visible as far as I can see. No matter, it will come eventually. All we have to do is wait patiently, and in the meantime be entertained by this 7478 number 9 on flight radar, tracked by 568 people. Rookie numbers, we have more people watching in this stream. Let's get it higher up. 8 years old, first flight September 2016. Let's look and listen. No, it's idle reverse landing, unfortunately. It's an idle reverse landing. LC 878, guten Morgen. Leon says, looks like 18C is opening for departure. That's interesting. Normally it's 18 left. But are they using center? That would be interesting. Not seeing anything happening over there. Eversteria, good morning. Long time no see. Hope you've been well. This is KLM Flight 1002 arriving from London Heathrow. It is an A321neo and it is the very first of the fleet of KLM PHAXA, brand new airplane, first flight July 2024. And after this we are going to see play flight 460 A320neo. Buenos dias, Paco. Tuning in from Spain. Good morning to all others who have joined us. Welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Ladies and gentlemen, dust off your playtime emoji because it is that time again. Flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik. It's an A320neo, 2 hours and 54 minutes underway. The TFPPB, 4 years old, first flight September 2020. And ITA Airways number 2 is behind it. Unfortunately today it's A320s. We have an A320neo coming in from Rome. The first airplane from ITA was a regular A320. This is a neo coming in from Rome. Before that play, so it's a nice mix of blue, red, blue, going from KLM blue to play red to ITA blue. And the chat once again colors red indeed. Zalurk, who has to go to work immediately, coming in for a sneak peek. Good to see you. Welcome and take it easy at work later today. Yeah, on paper there is a bizjet about to land on runway 22. Wasn't able to see it, was looking. In the meantime over here there is still ice on the canal. It's the Gulf of AMS Live. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looking like this. The wind is picking up ever so slightly. It's still not much to write home about, but you can see that the reeds are moving a little bit. There are some high clouds up in the atmosphere. ITA Airways flight 108 is coming in next. It is arriving from Rome. This is an A320neo. Flight time 1 hour and 52 minutes. It's the IND, a year old, first flight April 2023. Aviation man asks, how many times can you zoom? Well, the zoom is 600 millimeters in full frame equivalent with optical zoom, and then you can go up to 800 times digital zoom. I always cap it at 400 times because you're just magnifying pixels. This is the top end of optical zoom. Going into digital zoom, this is what you can do, but you can see your magnifying pixels. So even though you can do it, it doesn't mean you need to do it because it's not pretty. But you can do a little bit and have a sneak peek in cockpits like such. Although I am wearing heated gloves now, and that makes my ability to follow precisely a bit impaired. So I'm careful doing that because it is a bit more shaky. More exact following with bare hands, but then my hands would get cold. There's number 175 next come in. Gives me a moment to show you guys what the wind and weather has been doing in the meantime. And also have a look at what is coming in. Cargolux has landed. Emirates is coming and is expected around 12:20. The next airplane of interest destined to land at Polderbaan. The weather in the METAR is indicating wind from the southwest, no significant clouds. Now temperature has climbed to 0 degrees Celsius and still the wind in the southeasterly corner has picked up 7 knots. It's okay. No significant changes expected as well. Beautiful, calm weather. Quick update of the METAR with the latest weather report. For those of you who don't know what it means, it is the weather report updated twice an hour, starting with EHAM, that's the international abbreviation for Schiphol Airport, together with AMS. Then the date and time, the 2nd of the month, 9:25 Zulu time, that's the Central European time. Wind 7 knots from 150 degrees, CAV okay, ceiling and visibility are okay. 0 degrees is the temperature, the dew point is -2, the air pressure is 1024 hectopascals. No significant changes in the upcoming 2 hours. That's what it says. This is number 175. We have a 777 arriving from Las Vegas after that. 777-200 KLM flight 636 next. There we go, KLM flight 636 flown by KLM Asia, coming from the United States of Asia, Las Vegas. 9 hours and 18 minutes underway, the PHBQN. 18 years old already, first flight April 2006. KLM 737-800 behind it, arriving from Copenhagen. And JetBlue also coming in from New York JFK. Struggling a bit to see JetBlue already. Paul has to go. Bicycle trip. Enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy the trip, Paul. Be sure to dress warm. Bom dia, Newton. De Matos Vale. Koen, goedemorgen. Paul also back. Paul Fairclough. Good to see you, mate. Several Hanses and several Pauls in the chat at the moment. Alrighty. In the meantime, JetBlue has arrived on the glide slope, arriving from New York, JFK, A321neo, that's the number 2, being preceded by KLM flight 1268, arriving from Copenhagen. That is a 737-800. Right. I've invited back the elephant into the room just now. Here we go. So this is KLM flight 1268 arriving from Copenhagen. 737-800. The PHBXI. The airplane is 24 years old. First flight was July 2000. Wolfgang asks if I know if they break the ice in the canal when it becomes too dense. They certainly do. I've seen that happen before. Small icebreaker that is going to go through the canal to make sure people aren't able to cross the canal. Now, today that is not going to be necessary because you can see there's already puddles of water over there, so layer of ice is very thin. But they do have, well, not necessarily ice-breaking ducks per se, but they do use icebreaker small boats just to boat through the canal. JetBlue A321neo arriving from New York, JFK, flight 62288, 6 hours and 40 minutes on the way. The airplane is a year old, first flight May 2023. And Qatar A350 arriving from Doha, but that has been assigned to center, hasn't it? It's almost 11 o'clock. From 11 until 11:40, usually the secondary runway opens up for arrivals. And on days like today, that is going to be runway 18C. The downside is it won't be landing here. The silver lining is we are able to see it quite well from over here. Right, Marissa says center is opening, A350 making the final turn to land as first airplane on center. Yeah. As is often the case. We'll see it. We'll see it soon enough. Don't have it visually just yet. We have an EasyJet arriving from Gatwick. There's also overhead traffic passing by north of me, not extremely far away. That's an Emirates A380, quite clearly visible. Right, and in the meantime we have this A320 arriving from Gatwick, EasyJet flight 28679. It's a Gezzery, G-E-Z-R-Y, Gezzery, 6 years old, first flight June 2018. Peter PDK, good morning mate, good to see you again. And Pete says that that was the Emirates A380 from Manchester to Dubai. Did I say Manchester? How no, not woke of me. Personchester, of course. Apologies. Going from EasyJet to Qatar. There it is, Qatar A350. Flight 275 arriving from Doha. 6 hours and 29 minutes on the way. 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014. First airplane to the center runway, which now is going to be used as secondary runway for arrivals for 40 or so minutes. Michael also back in the chat, good to see you mate. You haven't missed any CRJs yet, It's been a while since we last saw one while streaming. Oh. So this is Qatar flight 275, 10-year-old airplane, first flight October 2014, A7ALA, that's Alpha Lima Alpha as registration. In the meantime, an E2 Embraer 195 from Oslo is following to the center runway. Makes me wonder if maybe they're also going ahead with a runway inspection over here, or maybe it's just coincidence. Alan has to go. See you later, alligator. Michael, goeiedag. More Michaels in the chat. Doing well, thank you for asking. Hope that also goes for you, my friend. And another Hans in the chat. We need to number you guys. Hans, goedemorgen. Alan has to go, apparently. I see Lisa saying goodbye to Alan. In that case, Alan, see you later. Don't forget to piss people off. Here's the A350 landing on runway center. Meanwhile, we have contrails in the relative vicinity, so let's have a look and see what this is. Twin jet flying a little south of me. And we have another twin jet that is crossing what looks like is going to be north of me. That looks like Lufthansa. Lufthansa A330. If I have to call something. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Oslo. This is KLM flight 1198. Left Oslo 1 hour and 26 minutes ago. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight somewhere in 2023. Lufty A330 Frankfurt to Houston. There you go. And the other one was an A320 Neo. Now, is there an inspection going on? I wonder. We do see activity over there, but that is not bird control. The windsock visible over there. No Viagra in the sky today. That much is for certain. Let's see. Embraer 190 arriving from Nuremberg. Does look like there's the Corendon A350 coming. Couple of birds passing over. Ah, bird control's over there. We see him, mate. K4. Now, is he watching the stream? If so, throw us a wave, will you? I know there's a few seconds delay. Nah, he doesn't look like he's going to wave. Right, so KLM 737 from Dublin is going to go to center, Marissa says. Then again, Corendon A350 is confirmed for pull around. So there you go. That's a good idea. Now everybody's to the other runway. wide bodies to the polderbaan. I'm okay with that. I can live with that. I hope you guys can too. Wind on the scales, chimney smoke currently looking like this. We have KLM flight 1842 arriving from Nuremberg, going to the center runway. Next airplane to come in. There it is. Transavia flight 606 arriving from Salzburg is also turning in for the same runway, the center runway. And the 737 will also be going to the center runway. Then again, the Corendon A350 will be coming here to the polderbaan. Prasanna, good morning and welcome to all others who have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy and this is Runway 18 Ride the polderbaan. One of two runways in use for arrivals. The other being Runway Center, and that is where this airplane is going to. It's German Airways Embraer 190 flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1842, arriving from Nuremberg in Germany. Looks like there's a NetJets BizJet doing the traffic pattern left hand to land on runway 22. Also number 8 on flight radar, tracked by 280 people. Bombardier Challenger 650. Which I'm hoping I might see in the background. It should be somewhere already a bit left of where the airplane is now flying. Right, well, if you joined us only a couple of minutes ago and you're thinking, why is it so quiet over here? Rest assured, the Corendon A350 is coming. It's turning in for polderbaan somewhere in the distance. And I'm wondering, can we see it already? I'm thinking it should be somewhere over there. I'm thinking we should be able to see it if I know where I need to point the camera. Maybe already a bit further over here. Might also be that the pipes are in the way. I've seen that happen a couple of times before already. Is that a seagull over there? No. For a moment I thought it was. Shouldn't be too difficult to see a Dreamliner, an A350 from the side. I'm also still checking to see if maybe I can spot the BizJet. And it's flying over there somewhere, according to flight radar. Do see a bird. But not the BizJet. Not yet at least. Next airplane to come into the center runway is this Transavia 737 arriving from Salzburg, flight 6006. Oh. Groente Kaas, new subscriber. Attaboy in Dutch, he writes. Groente Kaas, dankjewel voor je aardige woorden. Thank you for your kind words. And also nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. They're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable. Stranger, goedemorgen kerel. Gokmachine, goedemorgen. Alrighty, there it is. Corendon A350 flight 598 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. 8 hours and 42 minutes underway. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight somewhere in 2022. To be more exact, April. There should be an A320neo from EasyJet turning in the background, arriving from Geneva. Usually means you have to look a bit lower, and in this case, there it is. Vaguely visible, but visible. See that John is also back. Goedemorgen. As is Gino. Good morning. Stefan Imhoff is tuning in from the south of Ireland. Good morning. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. Parallel arrivals in progress for another half hour or so. We're standing at Runway 18 right, the Polderbaan, where also the A380 is expected around noon. This is the Corendon A350. Arriving from Curaçao, Willemstad. EasyJet A320neo behind it, arriving from Geneva. The Corendon World of Thai A350 is underway for 8 hours and 44 minutes on this particular flight. It's the ECNTB. November Tango Bravo. 2 years old, Spanish registered, first flight April 2022. Michael is asking about Captain Jerry Donnelly, who has been released from his rehab earlier in the week. He was in our chat. I'm not sure if he was there the day before yesterday, but I think Thursday he was. He is still in top shape. Very happy to have been released from his inpatient rehabilitation. So he's still alive and kicking. Last time we checked, he was taking up Taekwondo to practice. No, I'm bullshitting, but he is back home. He is still alive and kicking. He was in the chat earlier in the week. I think you may have unfortunately missed him, but he was still present very much. Gino asks, what time is the Geneva flight landing? If you're referring to EasyJet, in a minute from now. Marijke asks, what's your favorite plane? Well, that's a very tough question because I like almost every plane has something that is appealing. Generally speaking, one of my all-time favorites would have to be the 747-400. I'm also a very big fan of A350s and A220s when you look at modern day airplanes for passengers. Always a big fan of the F-16 and the F-14 Tomcat, which were fighter jets I grew up with. Obviously I like the Dreamliner, hence the logo. Right, parallel arrivals. This is an EasyJet arriving from Geneva, and next is going to be a KLM 737-700 arriving from Birmingham. This is an A320neo, in case you didn't see. says so on the tin. Oreos. Tim said, asks if I've ever seen a VC-10 Nimrod. I don't think I have. Marijke asks, what was your longest flight? It would have been from Amsterdam to Tokyo Narita, which actually isn't that much Tokyo. What is it, 70 kilometers or so out of the city center? But Narita to Amsterdam to Narita was my longest flight. Right. KLM flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham is next. It's a 737-700, 45 minutes underway. The PHBGG, 15 years old, first flight March 2009. Still struggling with the remnants of a cold infection, which is mostly affecting my nose. Starting to sound a little stuffy. Just applied a little bit of nasal spray. Should clear things up. Cor asks if something really big is coming. Definitely. The A380 is still expected, landing on Polderbaan in, what is it, an hour or so from now. Last time we checked, I think its ETA was around 12:15. Marijke asks, did you ever spot at Eelde? The only time I was at Eelde was 1 week when I was in the selection process for the KLM Flight Academy, where you had to book a hotel in Haren, which no longer is there, and then you would have to do instrument flight patterns on a sim. You would get a note with a pattern which was a visualization of the pattern that you had to fly, and you had to fly it based on the instruments only. That's the only time I've been at Eelde Airport. Austrian arriving from Vienna after this airplane, which is KLM flight 1030, arriving from Persenchester. Interestingly, landing on the center runway and not on Polderbaan. I'm wondering, is that because they are going to do a runway inspection? Would be a little early. Normally, parallel arrivals until approximately 11:40. I am seeing the bird control vehicle standing north of me. Standing still, and it's not doing an inspection, so guess that's just bad luck for us then. Austrian arriving from Vienna, flight 379. That's an A320. We have KLM flight 954 coming to the Polderbaan. That's an Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle. Hadi Jan Willem, goedemorgen. Good to see you. Marijke asks if I am a pilot. I wish I was, but I'm not. I am color vision deficient, so color blind, as they would say it popularly. Although I do see color, my red and green ability to discern colors is not the way it is supposed to be according to the current medical guidelines, at least here in Europe and in the United States. So I'm not a pilot, but I am a filmer of pilots. Alrighty. Gino asks, what time is the Emirates? I think it was around 12:15, but after this airplane has landed, let's have a look on flight radar and I will show you. This is German Airways flying on behalf of KLM. Flight 954 arriving from Newcastle. It's number 190 and this is the airplane that we used to know as Chucky, the DAPRI. Jörg has to go. Lazy morning is over. Time to get back to work. Jörg, thanks for joining, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. If I don't see you, hope to see you again soon. If the sun is shining in Düsseldorf, don't forget to go out and enjoy some of the sunshine. KLM flight 1284 arriving from Aalborg. And an E2 Embraer behind it arriving from Billund. Gives me a moment to have a look at what is in the air. Gino was asking about the Emirates. When is it coming? Let's have a quick look. Looking on flight radar, you can see it is now in Czech airspace still, flying towards Pilsen. ETA 1222. There are two 747s behind it that are going to land on the center runway, unfortunately. One expected 130, that's Aerotrans Cargo, and the other 137 Cargolux Italia. Will be interesting to see them, so I am hoping traffic is interesting enough for us to be entertained after the A380 has landed. Usually after the A380 has landed... Hoi! Wat zeg je? My vlog. The website you mean, where I'm live streaming from. That's AMS Live.
Sorry, what is it?
Ben je Nederlands?
Haze.
Haze, AMS Live. If you go to YouTube
Yeah.
and you look for AMS Live, you ought to be able to find me. If you go to... Are you now on YouTube?
No, I'm not.
You need to be in YouTube, ja.
Breek je vraag toch niet?
Nee hoor, nee. Nee, het is nu eventjes rustig. Ja, en als je nu op AMS Live zoekt... You should find me. That's my live stream. Awesome. Leuk.
Heb je nog wel een beetje warm genoeg?
Jawel, verwarmde handschoenen, heated glass en many layers.
Leuk.
Hey, leuk jongens. Fijne dag, enjoy the day. Alrighty, and Carmelo also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Carmelo celebrating 12 months of membership. Hi everyone from Venice, Italy. Benvenuto. And thank you so much for your continued support. Another member has gone green. Greenpeace is going to love it. Carmelo, welcome back. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope all is still good in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking. Let me see what I can do then. Hannah asks, can you see any departures? Unfortunately, those take place from runway 24 and 18 left. The latter is really on the other side of the airport. Runway 24, we can see departures from it, but it's not very good, particularly because there's also backlight. The sun is now shining more or less in the direction runway 24 is located. So you would be able to see some departures only vaguely in the distance. However, let's quickly turn back because our next airplane coming in is a wide body, the first time in a while. It's a KLM flight 765 arriving from Bonaire, A330-300. It's fuck B. PHAKB, 8 hours and 37 minutes on the way. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in February 2012. Floris, goedemorgen. And Sander has been a member for 14 months. Yo, what is up, mate? 14 months, woohoo! Time be going fast. It certainly is. Before you know it, it'll be summer again and we'll be doing airplane dances before the camera once again. Sander, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Now, Sander also made a, what's it called again, website where you can get together or something. I personally don't use it. I don't know what it was again. I always forget the name. Discord, there you go. A Discord server for AMS Live fans. It's not an official AMS Live thing. I told Sander that if he wanted to see if it would draw an audience, he would. I would be okay with him to do that. So if you feel you want to engage with other fans via Discord, have a look. In the meantime, check out this epic epic wheelie. Has Captain Wheelie progressed to the A330s? Amazing. That was an A330 doing a record long wheelie that we normally see Captain Wheelie do in his Embraer 190, unless Captain Wheelie is no longer flying the Embraer 190 and has graduated to the A330s. For the time being, back to narrow bodies, it is an Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen that is next. And more narrow bodies behind it. KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen also seems to be turning in for runway 18 right. So I'm wondering, has the center runway closed already? Because ordinarily it would be going there. Well, let's have a quick look. There was a 777 that just now took off to Rio de Janeiro. This is what you can see from runway 24 departures. You can see the lighting not in our favor. The sun is too low in the sky to see things properly. You can only see vague contours of the airplane, but not any details, unfortunately. Hadi Lindsay, goedemorgen. And thank you for the kind words. Lindsay in Dutch says, good morning all. Beautiful footage as ever. They call me M, says they know you are streaming. What could be more fitting than a KLM flight doing a wheelie in front of you? Nothing. It's the icing on the cake. Particularly since it was a wide body doing it. Right, Marissa already telling us that Sun Express and the KLM arriving from Berlin are also coming to the Polderbaan. That seems to be indicative of an early closure of the center runway already. I'm not complaining. More traffic to Polderbaan equals more fun for us. You're welcome, Hannah. Wish there was more that we could see. Usually during the summertime when the sun is higher in the sky already at this time, you can see a bit more, but you still cannot see a lot. It's still, this runway is the furthest away from the main platform area, and that makes it kind of isolated. Harjeet back in the chat, good to see you. Owen, good to see you again. Welcome one and all, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Back to being the only runway for arrivals here today. And if you joined us just now, you missed the landings of the Orange Pride and A747 already, but the Emirates A380 is still expected in the next hour. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around because we are going to catch them all. If you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote this content to new people like yourselves who might be into content such as this but who haven't come across the channel yet. Lightwriter is tuning in from Hoofddorp. Good to see ya. And this is number 175 coming in from Bergen. PHEXI, 8 years old, first flight July 2016. Gino asks if I'm on tomorrow, and that is affirmative. Was planning on going out yesterday, but it was densely fogged in the early morning, but I thought the mist was going to linger longer than it actually did. By the time I woke up, it was already too late to go out. Was contemplating maybe doing an afternoon stream or maybe even a night stream. I'm still thinking about maybe going out for a nighttime stream sometime soon, just to see how well the camera is holding up in dark conditions. Mr. Singleton, good to see you again, John. And Kenny G says, hopefully it's not going to be like a couple of weeks ago where the A380 landed on a different runway last minute. If all is well, it should be landing here well before the runway is going... 2 runways are going to open for arrivals again. We should be good, but you never know for sure. Here at Schiphol, nothing is ever certain. Nothing is ever certain. Our next airplane coming in is a 737 from Sun Express, arriving from Izmir in Turkey. Flight 944, 3 hours and 14 minutes on the way. And we have an airplane turning in. That is KLM flight 1076, arriving from Bristol. That's number 190. Little bit of wind, and the windmill in the background is indicating it. Those windmills usually spin whenever wind is only slightly above 0 knots, that is. Here we have Sun Express flight 944. Russell Crowe saying hi. Where is he? Not seeing him. Thought I heard something. He seems to be hiding. That's not like Russell. He usually isn't camera shy. Got a KLM Embraer 190 and a E2 Embraer 195 up next. The former from Bristol, the latter from Berlin. And we have an Air France Bombardier C-Series 300 coming in flying base and is expected to be number 3 here today. See that Paul is also back in the chat. Good to see you, Paul. Alan also back, tuning in from the northeast of England. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live, Wing View Sim. Good morning. My name is Boy, this is Polderban, runway 18 right, and it seems to have become the only runway for arrivals once again, after only a brief, well, maybe half hour, maybe a little less even, of parallel arrivals. This is number 190 arriving from Bristol. 48 minutes underway. 15 years old, first flight February 2010. PHEZN this was. Current status quo. This is what it looks like to the south. This is what it looks like to the west. This is what it looks like to the east. This is what it looks like to the north. Bit of high clouds further to the northeast. Looking to the south, all is good. Also few cirrus clouds in the west. Mostly cloudless. And this is an E2 Embraer arriving from Berlin. Flight 1772. The airplane a year old, first flight somewhere in 2024, month not specified on flight radar. Next up, an Air France Bombardier C-Series 300, aka A220, Air France flight 1500, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. There it is. Beautiful airplane. Nice. I'm wearing my heated gloves. Just now replaced the first battery, and within 5 minutes of having replaced the battery, the second one is also dying on me. So they are more or less equally charged still. Air France flight 1500, Bombardier C-Series 300. Flight time is 46 minutes, and that is par for the course for Paris to Amsterdam. Same flight time approximately for London to Amsterdam, Luxembourg to Amsterdam. All around 40 to 45 minutes. Good morning, Roman. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, Maxime, who is tuning in from Astana. Awesome. Kazakhstan in the house. Uzbekistan was also in the house earlier, so lovely to see that the channel is reaching all over the world. Welcome one and all. Feel free to say hi. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Many people are watching. They're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable. There's no such thing as a stupid question. What a beautiful machine. I like it better in the ETA livery as depicted in the thumbnail, but in the Air France livery it also looks good. I also like the A220s of Croatia Airlines. It just makes liveries look better. If the airplane is also a looker. Josegi also back, tuning in from Nairobi in Kenya. Welcome back, mate. Susanna is tuning in from Derby in England. Good morning. Welcome one and all. Alrighty, Iceland Air will be next. Max 8737. Gilles, goedemorgen. Tuning in from Arnhem in the Netherlands. Now, if you've been enjoying the stream so far, you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote this channel's content to people like yourselves who are into streams such as these, but who haven't come across the channel yet. This is Iceland Air Flight 500, arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. Max 8737, 2 hours and 42 minutes on the way, and it has the appropriate registration TF ICE. That's India Charlie Echo. Ice Ice Baby. 6 years old, first flight February 2018. Hadi Erik, who is tuning in from Barendrecht. Thank you for the kind words. Beautiful footage. Again, he writes in Dutch. Time to take a sip of vodka before the next airplane comes in. Transavia arriving from Innsbruck is coming. I also see Calum from 592 arriving from the southwest. That's a 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Aviation Community 2024 asks what they're doing with the pipes left of me. Those are persleiding vervangingsbuizen, pressure pipe for the sewage. Temporary replacement pipes while they're working on replacing the original pipes. Don't know until when the project is going to last. They're still prepping, I think the temporary infrastructure is still in the process of being constructed, although I haven't been further north, so I wouldn't know for sure. Jalen, goedemorgen. Darren, good morning. Darren is tuning in from Oslo. Hey, Chef Bernardi, also back. Good to see ya. Welcome back, one and all. MO says those pipes have been there for years now. Yeah, the original ones. These ones, I think they started with laying the replacement pipes here last October or something. The ones above the ground that you can see next to me. Which apparently is traversing the cycling path over there. Not sure if they go underground over there or if they continue on this side of the cycling path further to the north. Camera is now pointing to the north. Howdy Frank, goedemorgen. Good morning one and all. Iceland Air Flight 500, the next airplane to come in from Reykjavik in Iceland. Registration of the airplane is the TF Ice. Already 6 years old, this one. First flight February 2018. Howdy Paul, goedemorgen, good morning. Makes me wonder how old the first MAX 8s are. If this one is already 6 years old, are there a lot that are significantly older, or is this one of the oldest MAX 8s out there? Spacious compartment for mothers-in-laws over here on top of the cabin. Even big enough for Dutch women, who are one of the tallest in the world. Have ample room, ample leg room. Right, Maya has to go. Thanks for joining. Sleep tight and hope to see you again tomorrow then. Alright, where's the next airplane? It is approaching from the right. Transavia flight 6602 arriving from Innsbruck. Should become visible in the background sometime soon. Gives me a moment to go back to the laptop because I saw that Wolfgang went ahead and just now gifted 5 memberships. I think because we crossed the 500 likes mark. Thank you so much for that. Wolfgang, thank you so much for 5 gifted memberships. You know you didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. I hope that everybody who received your membership from you will enjoy it, first of all. Second of all, we'll say thank you or dankeschön to Wolfgang for it. Use the custom emojis that you now have access to for a month, whenever you see fit. Mate, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but you did it. And also thank you all for 500 likes. It really helps to promote the content of this channel to new people who haven't come across the channel yet. So if you do think other people like this stream as well, would like streams like these as well, consider leaving a like if you haven't already. Innsbruck airplane should be visible somewhere. I always struggle to see where the airplanes are in real time based on what you see on flight radar, particularly if it is a bit hazy, and with the sun behind me there's also a bit more reflections on my camera screen. I'm sure you guys have already picked it up somewhere. It should be really close by already. So annoying. See that Captain Eddie Boss is also back. Welcome back. Eddie, good morning. Dennis W, Dennis W, goedemorgen. Thank you for the kind words. Dennis says in Dutch, hey, new here, good content, man. Dennis, dankjewel voor je aardige woorden. Thank you for your kind words, mate. I'm glad that you are enjoying the content, and I hope everybody is. Finally, there it is. Transavia flight 6602, arriving from Innsbruck. 1 hour and 8 minutes underway. The airplane is 24 years old. First flight February 2000. Also, outbound traffic overhead. Looks like an Embraer. Monique, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Diana, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Welcome one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and this is the Polderaan, the only runway for arrivals at the moment until approximately 1 o'clock. The weather is nice. We started out with frosty conditions. -3 Celsius. Temperature is now above zero, only just. The grass initially this morning was whitish. Now it is greenish again. The Emirates A380 is expected in just over half an hour or so from now. I'm also looking to my left because there should be a 777-300 somewhere arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Trying to see if I can pick it out from the blue background. The answer is not yet. But that's okay. We will see it soon enough. The Orange Pride has landed already. We also saw a Boeing 747-8 land already. Jin Shin also back in the chat. Aloha, mate. Good to have you back. Transavia having returned from Innsbruck, a beautiful airport that you need to see if you ever get the chance. Better yet, if you ever get the chance to fly into that airport, do it. Beautiful approach both in the winter and in the summer. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it on YouTube. Have a look. Several videos will show you what it looks like. Spotting there is also nice. Not as busy as Vienna, but it is definitely lovely. Right in the Inn Valley. Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen should be out there somewhere. Only vaguely visible. There it is. This is KLM flight 1762 we're now looking at. Embraer 190 arriving from Bremen. The 777 is flying base. Really not the best day to be spotting airplanes well in advance. The nebulosity makes for less contrasty background. And even though I am supposed to see the 777, I'm struggling to find it. Harjeet says that the Embraer galore ends soon. Thank God for that. Triple 300 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. KLM flight 592 should be turning in from the left sometime soon. Usually somewhere in the vicinity of the pipes is where they emerge from. Oh wait, no, I already see it. Now I do see it, finally. Only vaguely visible, but there it is. Another 777-200 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Flying left of me, I'm already looking to my left to see if I can spot it. You need to be lucky. Jesse says some EasyJets were in holding for an hour. Was that over here for Schiphol? Surely not. Nice low-key wheelie. Not as long as the A330s though. Wow, that was a tremendously long wheelie, that A330 earlier, KLM. Made me wonder if maybe Captain Wheelie had been promoted at Innsbruck. Is it nebulous over there? Right, we have people that are parked over there, which I don't think is allowed. Hopefully they won't get sent away. So that's like 4 cars already. How well is the camera? Well, not good enough to read the license plate, but coming damn near close. Alrighty, KLM flight 592 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. Coming in 10 hours and 5 minutes on the way. It's the PHBVG, that's the Bravo Victor Golf. 12-year-old airplane, first flight May 2012. The A380 is expected in roughly half an hour or so from now. Probably not too far from the Dutch-German border. And servus to Eric, who is also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome one and all. You're watching Amos Live, the channel Schiphol Group loves to hate it's that good, and we are standing here at a sunny polderbound runway 18 right, used for arrivals. Moderate wind blowing from the south-southeast. The A380 expected in half an hour or so from now. And also 2 747s later going to the center runway somewhere between 1 and 2 o'clock. Last time we checked, both of them expected around 1:30. One of the 747s we don't see very often here, which is why I am inclined to stick around for both of them. If we don't have to wait through a continuous slew of narrow bodies in the meantime. Erik, goedemorgen. Always have to look at the time to see if it is still morning or afternoon. There is our next airplane, KLM flight 706, arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar, see what the ETAs are of the airplanes that I just referred to. The Emirates A380 is approaching the border and it's still expected 12:22, so that is in half an hour or so from now. This is an airplane flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, and it is Aerotrans Cargo ATC, an airplane that I don't think I've seen here before at Schiphol, at least not since I've been streaming. It's going to go to the center runway sadly because its ETA is 1:30, but I am planning on sticking around. Weather is nice, why not? Around the same time, also expected for sadly the same runway, unless they are going via the west of the country. Cargolux Italia arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Such is life. But it would be nice to see the ATC. While we are still waiting for the next airplane, could also go ahead and have a look at the weather. It was KVK before and it doesn't look like things have changed significantly, but let's go ahead. 2 degrees C, wind is still blowing from the southeast, 5 knots of wind, it's slowing down again, no ceiling, no impediments to the visibility, and also no significant changes expected in the upcoming hours. Captured by Kluske, says nice channel, glad I found it. Welcome Captain, and thank you for captured, and thank you for saying hi. I'm pasting the weather report in the ticker and then it's back to the camera controls. Welcome one and all. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi, like Captured by Kluska just now did. It's always nice of you to say hi if you're new to the channel, but it isn't mandatory. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching, they're all friendly, many of them are knowledgeable. And consider leaving a like if you haven't already, if you feel that this channel might also be fun to others who are into live streams such as these. It helps to promote the channel to people who don't know it yet. GeoChad is tuning in from Newcastle, UK. Good morning, mate. I see the KLM flight arriving every day around 16:30. Yeah, we are sending Embraers all over Europe. And we see them in our streams on a very, very, very regular basis. Our next airplane coming in is KLM flight 706. It's the 777-200 arriving from Rio de Janeiro. Flight time 10 hours and 47 minutes. It's the PHBQC. That's Bravo Quebec Charlie. 21 years old. First flight November 2003. Knut is greeting us from Frankfurt. Greetings back, Knut. Herzlich willkommen. Guten Morgen. Pepe Plane says hi. Good day, Pepe Plane. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Hamburg. More hamburgers in the morning. Coming in next. There it is. And traversing traffic from right to left in the foreground. Hadi Raf, goedemorgen. Raf tuning in from Belgium. Thanks for the kind words. In Dutch he writes, nice footage. Thanks for the kind words, Raf. And also nice of you to say hi. BA flight 450 is flying base and approaching the glide slope. Approaching the localizer. I'm arriving from London Heathrow in A319. Behind it is KLM flight 622. That's a 777-200 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Harjeet asks, what are the beeps I hear now and then? That's a good question. I don't know what it is. Many people have gone before you and asked the same question. I know it's something in the field. I suspect it might be to chase away birds, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it is from Schiphol or if it is even further behind on private land from maybe a farmer that has land next to the polderbaan. I don't know what it is, but it's the beep 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 or something like that. I really don't know what it is. If anybody does know what it is with certainty, do let us know. I'm sure we're all curious to learn what it is. Guten Morgen, Ralf. Ralf is tuning in from Hamburg. Herzlich willkommen, liebe Freunde. Für Deutschsprechenden heute im Chat. Herzlich willkommen allen. This is an E2 Embraer 195 KLM flight 1754. Arriving from Hamburg, and after that it is BA time. Not BA Barracas. I pity the fool who thought it was going to be about BA Barracas. No reverse for landing by the looks of it. The slots remain shut. Just rolling out. That's all they need. It's a long runway. Chef Burner D has to go, unfortunately. Gotta charge my phone. Well, in that case, good luck with that. And thanks for dropping by. Hope to see you again in the next one, which is going to be tomorrow. Bruno, herzlich willkommen. Tuning in from Switzerland. or should I say bienvenue. Next up is an A319. There it is, BA flight 450 arriving from London Heathrow. The BA that we're now seeing is underway for 38 minutes. That's even a bit ahead of schedule. Usually airplanes coming in from London, regardless of which airport of London, which London airport, usually averages around 40 to 45 minutes. They see me rolling, indeed, MO. Well, it sure applies to the Schiphol security guys. Rolling and hating. Anyway, BA A319 coming in next. 21 years old, hailing from the year 2003. First flight was in December of that year. Fasro Darshine also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Welcome back, mate. And now we see KLM flight 622 that just turned in. That's a 777-200 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. A lovely glide slope shot. Now there's also a DA42 arriving from Groningen. Diamond DA42 NG Twin Star. It's heading for the Schiphol Oostbaan, runway 22. I'm looking, but realistically, an airplane is so small, hard to see. Particularly considering that the backdrop is a bit light and milky over there. Not perfectly blue anymore. Got a duo of contrails over here as well. 1 and 2. They're flying relatively far away. The airplanes seem to be relatively small, so I'm not going to venture out and zoom into them. Hey Donna, good to see you again. Welcome back. Alrighty. Look at the twirly center thingy and you'll be hypnotized soon enough. If you look long enough, you'll be hypnotized and I can make you traverse through warm coals, bare feet, and you won't be feeling it. Brendan Maas, goedemorgen. Brendan is tuning in from Nijmegen. And Daniel is tuning in from the Czech Republic. Welcome, one and all. Delta Airlines. No, not Delta Airlines. How? I need more vodka. KLM is coming in. Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Think because I saw ATL, I immediately think, hey, Delta Airlines Flight 74. But this is KLM Flight 622, 777-200 7 hours and 22 minutes underway. Registration, the PHBQB. That's Bravo, Quebec, Bravo. 21 years old, first flight October 2003. Good morning to North Sky Aviation as well, tuning in from Newcastle. Welcome back. Luana, who is tuning in from Belgium. Goedemorgen. Or no, goedemiddag. It has just turned to afternoon here on mainland Europe. Hey, nice. Hope you guys saw that on the left. That dike showed the shadow of the 777 briefly. Hey, Air China Cargo A330 outbound. Air China Cargo A330-200 outbound to Chengdu. Passing almost overhead. Another wheelie competitor, wheelie competition competitor. Yeah, not as long as the A330s, but definitely in the ballpark of longest wheelie of the day thus far. Now this is an airplane type that we don't see very often from this carrier. It used to be 747s, then it became 777s, 777 freighters. Don't recall ever having seen an A330-200 from Air China Cargo before, even though it passed overhead and was outbound. Nice to see. That diamond is still approaching the runway. It's flying very slowly. It's now flying over Vondelpark, number 8 on flight radar. What speed is it flying at? 99 knots. We're waiting for the next traffic. Still a bit out, so there is time for us to have a look and see if we can spot the diamond flying near Vondelpark. So this, in the distance, vaguely visible is the Rembrandt Tower. That's a bit north of where we are expecting the airplane. Don't think we need to look a lot higher up. I think this ought to be somewhere where the airplane is, if the information on flight radar is accurate. If it is lagging, it might be further to the right already. Yeah, trying to catch a small diamond. Maybe if it were a perfectly blue sky and there was no nebulosity, but unfortunately I'm not seeing it. I didn't know that, Wolfgang. The diamonds are built in Austria. LL, good afternoon. Jürgen, good to see ya. Tuning in from a bench about 50 meters next to you. Would that be over there then? Right. The next airplane to come is an E2 Embraer 195 turning in from the right. Question is, can we see it already? I think the haziness is preventing us from seeing airplanes as well as normally would have been the case. Particularly here outdoors. Even though my camera screen is very bright, struggling to see them. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Gothenburg should be on the glide slope already, according to flight radar. There it is. Holy moly. Just a small speck. E2 Embraer from Lot also coming in. Embraer 190 from Humberside coming in. When's the next heavy coming in? Is that the Emirates? I think it is. Now I am going to stick around for the two 747s that are coming to the center runway. In the meantime, looking up and around me, we have an outbound KLM passing left of us. Not very interesting to point the camera to. Tom says A340 taxiing for takeoff. That is interesting. GamerKid, goedemiddag. If you guys could give me a heads up when the A340 is lined up. Even though we cannot see a lot of it. Still would be nice to catch a glimpse of the A340-600. Let's also quickly do a check. Right. Just a quick check to see if the mic, DJI mic, was still having enough juice in the tank. That's the case for both the receiver and the transmitter. Great. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Gothenburg. Up next, KLM flight 1230. 2-year-old airplane. First flight February 2022. Howdy Thomas. Nice weather indeed. Nice weather. Lekker weer. Mixing up the languages. That was a hybrid Dutch-English mixture. Proprietary blend of languages. Here at AMS Live. And again, seems like a no reverser landing. The slots of the reversers remaining shut. Just using friction and the runway length to roll out. Diamond painting. Teun, goedemiddag, good to see you again, mate. It's getting a bit more busy over here in the meantime, as you guys can see. Quite a few spectators have gathered since I was here this morning. From the bench, shame on. Good to see you. Sorry?
You are easing our life. The coverage is great.
Thank you for the kind words. Ciao, you too, mate. He said you're making our life easier. The coverage is great. I'm not sure if you guys picked it up. Probably you didn't, because the mics are pointing in different direction or are only near my mouth. But you can see many people in the meantime have gathered, all to see the Emirates A380 approach. We still have to wait a little bit. A couple of narrow bodies are coming in first. Another glide slope is forming. 2 airplanes I think we can already see, or can we also see the third one? Well, I certainly don't see the third one yet. Embraer 190 from KLM in the foreground. E2 Embraer 195 behind it. Third airplane to turn in is Shamrock flight 604, and after that we are going to see a jet or Anadolu jet arriving from Istanbul. Ordinarily we would have been able to see airplanes in the background more easily. It's a bit hazy. Still a lot of moisture in the air. I had to scrape off a lot of it this morning, being frozen onto my car windows. You could also see, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, how white the grass was. You can see it's turned green, but all that moisture now has once again vaporized into the air. And it's causing a bit of nebulosity, unfortunately for us. Still, the sun is out. Hardly any wind. Even though on paper the temperature is relatively cool, it is lovely weather here today. Okay, left side 972. Right, A340 outbound 224 on 24. Almost. See, it is taxiing very close to the runway threshold, so we're trying to keep an eye out for the A340 to Suriname as well. 777 to Lima is now rolling. Suriname going to be the next then? Probably. Give me a heads up if you would when it is lined up. And in the meantime, Lot flight 263 coming in. Shamrock flight 604 behind it. Emirates A380 is flying over Purmerend. I think I have it already. There it is. Emirates flight 147, soon to land here on the runway we are standing next to. Emirates flight 147. The A380. 2 777s now taking off. Pepe plane says. A340 almost lining up. Thank you, Sander, for the heads up. A lot to see at Schiphol Airport always. This is an E2 arriving from Warsaw. They have opened up the reverser slots. This is the mother-in-law cabin. Very spacious. For those who wish to travel in style. Alrighty. A340 600 lining up on runway 24. And thank you so much, Sander, for your elaborate way of letting me know. At least it was clearly visible. We're waiting for the A340 to take off from runway 24. It's the A340 600 flying on behalf of Suriname Airways to Paramaribo in Suriname. 21 years old, first flight December 2003. Jet taking off from runway 22 first. Gratje also back in the chat. Good to see you, Roadhog. In the meantime, Shamrock is about to touch down here. Lance also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. And there is the Emirates in the background. If the A340 doesn't hurry up, we have to... Right. Now, A340 is on the move. Usually, there it is. I was about to say, usually very slow climber and late rotation. I said it before, Hannah, and you can see it probably if you're still in the chat. Visibility not the greatest this time of year. The sun relatively low above the horizon, and that makes for bad backlight, including nebulosity in the air today. Right, now let's quickly go back and have a look at what is coming. Airplane number 3, the Emirates A380, and airplane number 1 is a jet arriving from Istanbul. That's a 737-800. 6 years old, first flight May 2018. Hans' favorite will be next, but it is the airplane preceding the A380, so it's not going to receive a lot of love today. Han is going to be devastated, I know for sure. And another jet returning from Istanbul. Alrighty, Emirates flight 147, extending the gear. Looks pixelated because I'm magnifying using digital zoom. And in the meantime, a massive big thank you to Pre-Sound for your super chat. That was not accompanied with any accompanying text, but that's okay. Thank you so much for your very generous super chat there. In the meantime, Vueling is about to land. A320neo arriving from Barcelona. We are not going to see that landing because we're sticking around with the A380. There's 2 more 747s expected around 1:30 p.m. local time, so that is in an hour and 10 minutes from now. One of them, ATC, don't think we've seen that before. My plan is to stick around until these 2 have landed, even though, I will tell you beforehand, they are expected to land on the center runway. Emirates Flight 147 is now number 7 on flight radar, tracked by 504 people. That's rookie numbers because we have almost double the viewers. Let's see if we can get it higher up in the top 10 of flight radar. Flight time 6 hours and 46 minutes. That's 15 minutes above what is normally the average at this point in time. It's the A6EOO, that's Echo Oscar Oscar. 9 years old, first flight April 2015. On the mic you will start to hear the arrival of the just now landed Vueling. Adios, goedemiddag. And welcome all others who have joined us. You're watching Amos Live, my name is Boy. This is the Emirates Flight 147, arrived from Dubai. And you can see many people have gathered in the meantime to watch the landing on both sides of me. That's almost always the case here in the Netherlands along the Polderbaan when the weather is decent, and particularly if the A380 is landing on Sundays like today. Now number 6 on flight radar, Michael says. Now number 5, tracked by 784 people. Excellent. Hadi Nielsie, just in time. The Cube Guy, goedemiddag. Richard, goedemiddag. Good afternoon, one and all. The Emirates A380. The day before yesterday, it landed with idle reversers. The 747-8 that landed earlier also landed with idle reversers. What's the Emirates A380 going to do today? Now, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around for another 2 queens that are expected to land on the center runway around 1:30. One of them is ATC, which I don't think we've seen before. It's going to be a channel premiere. It's lovely weather. Right, let's look and listen. Okay. That's better. It's not the loudest. It's not full reversers being applied there, but definitely we're able to hear something. Now in the meantime, number 3 on flight radar, tracked by 932 people. The Beast of the East has landed and she's vacating the runway. Guy is tuning in from Luxembourg. Good to see you again. Perfect timing. Mike and L Game says that the Heron is also looking. Absolutely. We saw one the day before yesterday over there as well, interestingly enough. So there's 2 more 747s coming in about an hour or so from now. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Even though the 2 airplanes are going to land on the center runway probably, they are expected shortly after one another. And it might be worthwhile to have a look. We can see them quite well from over here. Let's have a look and see where they are. So, looking on flight radar, cargo lux is expected around 1:35 and the other airplane is expected 1:30. That's the one I was talking about, Aerotrans Cargo, arriving from Dubai, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. Beautiful weather, worthwhile to stick around for, in my humble opinion. The Emirates A380 leaving the Polderbaan area on its way to the gate G9, Golf 9. And that's another 10 minutes of taxi ahead of it from here. Gino has to go to bed. Thanks for joining, Gino. And see you tomorrow then. Marina, goedemiddag. Marina Razinovski tuning in. Welcome. And here we have Harry, the hypnotizing heron, in the foreground. What up? What you looking at? In the meantime, another airplane landed just now. Eastern Airways, aka a Britty hopper. Next to land is the A320neo from SAS, flight 821, arriving from Oslo. Wolfgang has to go. Thanks for joining in, for dropping by and joining us today, Wolfgang, and I hope to see you again in the next one. SAS A320neo arriving from Oslo, where it left from 1 hour and 24 minutes ago. The airplane in the background in the top left is Transavia flight 208 arriving from Kittila. Bom dia Wagner, who is tuning in from Sao Paulo, where it is 8:25 a.m. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome back. Now, on my camera screen it almost looks like you can see heat waves every now and then. It's not that warm. Although it's definitely comfortable here with the sun shining. Goedemiddag Lisa and Patrick, goeiedag. Patrick has to go. Paul, goedemiddag. Alpha Access butt shots. We're standing further to the south than ordinarily would have been the case. That has to do with the pressure piping construction that you can see further over there. Those pipes are traversing the cycling path right around where I normally would have been set up. So the butt shots are off axis for a little while. Ricardo also back. Good to see you, Ricardo. Ricardo has to go, but see you tomorrow, he says, because I'll be off the entire day. Tot morgen, Ricardo. Geniet van het zonnetje. This is Transavia flight 208 arriving from Kittila. 737-800, 6 years old, first flight December 2018. Right. Got another 737 from Sun Express coming in, and behind that, turning in just now, was Transavia flight 6820, arriving from Ljubljana. That's in Slovenia. Sun Express is arriving from Kayseri in Turkey, flying for 3 hours and 59 minutes to get here. 23-year-old airplane, first flight May 2001. Graag gedaan, Ricardo. Tot morgen dan. See you tomorrow then, I said to him just now in Dutch. No special livery from Sun Express today. I'm always a big fan of that. What is it? Wasn't that the one? Wasn't it from Sun Express? One that looks like a gravity tag? I can still picture it if I close my eyes. What was it again? Hey Felix, also back. Good to see you again. Hope you were in time to see the Emirates A380 land not too long ago, a couple of minutes ago. Now if you joined us only just now, welcome to the show. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy and we are standing here at the Polderbaan Runway 18 right for another half hour or so. The only runway in use for arrivals arrived already have been the KLM PHBVA Orange Pride. We saw a 747-8 and just now the A380. We're sticking around until approximately 1:30 because two more 747s are approaching from the east. Both will probably land on the center runway, truth be told, but we are able to see airplanes to the center runway quite well from over here. One of the two airplanes I don't think we've had in the stream before, ATC Aero Transat or something like that. Marissa says that there's a naked BBN cargo A321 coming to the Polderbaan, having just entered Dutch airspace. Probably one of the last airplanes arriving from the east that is going to land on the Polderbaan still. Center runway will probably open up for an hour until 2 o'clock, from 1 o'clock onwards approximately. That's at least what normally happens. Now, here at Schiphol Airport, nothing is ever 100% certain. Bear in mind. In the meantime, things are warming up and the water that was ice completely this morning has formed a narrow continuous stream of surface water. Narrow bodies, it is for the time being. Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Brussels up first. TAP Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon, number 2. TAP Air Portugal not being piloted by pilots but by tap dancers, of course. The cat Rao also back in the chat with a bang, a super chat. However, not good news in honor of the true cat James, who unfortunately passed yesterday. That's a sad super chat then. Thank you so much for your super chat, the cat. Unfortunately, not good news in the super chat. Ooh, twin jet Contrail right overhead. Was looking up because there was outbound traffic passing by and I was having a look. Twin jet en route probably from Frankfurt or Munich. Birds in the foreground. They know their place. And their place is not near the airplane engines. Mercer says that Saudi had just entered Dutch airspace and sadly confirmed for center, so opening up. Opening up pretty soon. Now the cat, how old did James become? How old was he when he died? It's always sad losing pets. Tap Air Portugal, A320neo flight 668. Oh. Where's the bird control, damn it? That's a lot of birds. Hey, Marissa says center will be once again closing after 30 minutes. That is interesting. Fingers crossed indeed. Wouldn't it be terrific if those two 747s landed on the Polderbaan? Now, I'm not going to keep my hopes get my hopes up too high. I think we all know that things here at Schiphol can change, and often not in our favor. KLM member 175 arriving from Gdansk, flight 1308. I was about to say 1303, but it's 1308. And the airplane behind it is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Bristol. Hey there, Jin. Good to see you again. More blue in the chat. Hope you've been well. If you joined only just now, you unfortunately already missed the A380. It landed 10 or so minutes ago, I think it was. Now, interesting what Marissa was writing in the chat. That the center runway is expected to close again in 30 minutes, or at least after having been open for 30 minutes. That's quite out of the ordinary. Normally speaking, from 1 till 2 o'clock expected runway use. Usually 2 runways for inbound and 1 for outbound. Let's have a quick look. The website where we can find the expected runway use for the Netherlands for Schiphol Airport is Bezoekbus. And if you go to the homepage and click here on expected runway use, you can see what is expected. And from 13 till 13:40 center is also expected for arrivals. Yeah, well, it's going to be so. Not sure if we're going to be so lucky. The Emirates or the both 747s are expected 135 and 128 if I have a quick look on flight radar. So even with the adjusted times for the opening of center, I'm still thinking we are not going to be so lucky, but you never know. Alrighty. Narrow-bodies, narrow-bodies, narrow-bodies for the time being. With an Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds next. Flying on behalf of KLM, flight 1020. It is another Britty Hopper, Eastern Airways. Britty Hopper, a name thought out of by Frank, who we haven't seen in a while. Hope he's still okay. Haven't seen him in the last couple of streams, I think. The birds are still present here. Birds are present. Where is bird control though? For those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching Amos Live. My name is Boy. We're standing here along Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Beautiful sunny weather. Looking to the west, this is what it looks like. Looking to the south, the sky looks like this. Looking to the east, things look like so. This is looking to the north. Wind on the scale of chimney smoke currently looking like this. We're sticking around for 2 Boeing 747s that are approaching from Dubai and, if I recall correctly, Nairobi. Both expected around 1:30. Probably to the center runway, but maybe we will get lucky. I hope these birds are also going to be lucky and won't end up in airplane engines. In the meantime, KLM flight 1710 arriving from Luxembourg. And Lufty will be next. A319 arriving from Munich. Delivio, what's up? Not much. Lovely weather here. Having a great time here watching airplanes with you guys. There's also a Contrail in the sky south of me, flying from west to east. Yeah, the lighting is not optimal. I see mostly the Contrail being formed and not so much the airplane. In that respect, you really need to have the sun behind you to see things best. Next up, Lufty flight 2304 arriving from Munich. It's an A319. An 14-year-old A319 no less. It's a murmuration, Lance says. Get the bird controller here, Schiphol Group. Yeah. I did see bird control in the north not too long ago, but now I no longer see any pickup trucks or vans or anything yellow that drives on 4 wheels here in the visible vicinity. Which is odd, because there's plenty of birds that I think would have to be chased away. Hadi Jillis, goedemiddag. Finn, goedemiddag. Welcome one and all. Alrighty, let's have a look. Narrow bodies galore once again. Although that white Turkish, or what was it? Anadolu jet, what was it? That A321 BBN cargo is coming. Probably one of the last airplanes arriving from the east, designated to land on Polderbaan. In 15 or so minutes from now, ordinarily the center runway would open up as a secondary runway for arrivals. Today only expected to last for 40 minutes. And that's interesting. Because if the 747s that are expected are a bit late, and if the runway closure is a bit early, well, we might be in for a pleasant surprise. Don't get your hopes up too high. It is Schiphol after all. Realistically speaking, the two queens will be going to the center runway. But we can dream, can't we? You never know. One thing's for sure, you need to stick around to witness it, otherwise you never know for sure. BBN, for the time being, the last airplane to the Polderbaan, arriving from the east. It is now number 2 on the glide slope.
Hey, hoe is het?
Hey, goed hoor. Met jou ook?
Ja,
Mooi.
zo, lange tijd niet gesproken.
Nee,
Ja. Ja, ik heb een nichtje vandaag bij me.
je hebt je nichtje meegenomen.
Ja,
Leuk,
die vind ik
hoi.
ook wel eens een keertje leuk.
Super.
Ja, zo.
A380 nog gezien net?
Ja,
En gehoord?
op het nippertje, hè?
Op het nippertje?
Ja, we zaten gewoon echt te racen met de klok.
Oh, jullie waren nog onderweg?
Ja,
Oeh,
echt, we kwamen net daar het pleintje op rijden en toen konden we nog net zien.
mazzel gehad.
Ja, zeker.
Netjes.
Normaal heb ik nooit zo geluk, maar ja,
En er komen nu nog 2 747's aan over 3 kwartier.
nice.
We gaan misschien wel naar de center runway, maar nou ja, je weet het maar nooit hè?
Ja, gewoon kijken.
Precies, gewoon kijken. Afwachten, inderdaad. En van het zonnetje genieten hè? Lekker weertje eindelijk.
Ik dacht eerder dat het koud zou worden, want er zat echt ijs op de auto.
Ja. Ik moest vanmorgen ook mijn ijs van de auto afkrabben. Het was goed koud. Het is nog steeds niet heel warm, maar met het zonnetje is het wel lekker. In the meantime, having arrived here, an A319 from EasyJet, arriving from Milan. The BBN A321 all white will be next to land after that. This is the KK. The OELKK. KK. Howdy Stefan, goedemiddag, and welcome all others who have joined. We're sticking around after the A380 has already landed for 2 747s that are expected to land here around 1:30. And in the meantime, we have BBN Cargo flying on behalf of Turkish, I think, looking at the flight number TK6559. It's an A321, 3 hours and 3 minutes underway. That is par for the course for Istanbul, Amsterdam. The airplane is 25 years old, hailing from the previous millennium. September 1999 is when this airplane first started to fly, and at its 10 o'clock we have an A320 from Air France, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. And it looks like a MAX 8 737 from TUI is going to approach from the right, arriving from Kitila as well. Or is that going to go to center? It's turning in already. Now that makes me wonder. Yeah, I can say for sure now that that is going to the center runway as the first airplane. Saudia Dreamliner also further up, flying base, also already assigned to the center runway, but we can still see that quite well from over here. Luan asks, when is the Polderbaan going to close? Don't know why that message was deleted, because that seems like a valid question. Runway isn't going to close, Luan. But there is a secondary runway that is opening up, so 2 runways for inbound. The Polderbaan is staying open all the day, all the remainder of the day. But when the inbound peak is beginning, a second runway opens up, and that is the center runway. Polderbaan stays open all throughout the day with wind like today. Now Boy also said something. I see that the message was deleted, so I don't know what it was that he was saying. TUI going to center. Air France is the next airplane to land over here. Air France flight 1640. Arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. 47 minutes on the way. The Air France A380 is 11 years old. First flight November 2013. Hello to one Azrael Harris, which I hopefully pronounced somewhat properly. And Sonic Toaster is greeting us from Germany. Herzlich willkommen. Dennis Lander, tuning in, asks in Dutch, what is your favorite airplane or delivery? Well, my favorite delivery is pizza. No question. The favorite livery, that's a difficult one. Because there are many that I like. I like the Quetzalcoatl from Aero Mexico, which I haven't seen in ages. But there are more liveries. The LA28 looks really nice on the A350. My favorite airplane type of all times, I think if I had to pick one, would be this Boeing 747-400. The favorites I have of the latest generation of airplanes, I would say, are the A350 and the A220. Now, TUI Max 8, first airplane to the center runway. Here it is in the distance. Dreamliner from Saudia arriving from Jeddah behind it, delivering Jeddah nights to the Netherlands. As you guys can see, from over here we can see quite well what the airplanes going to the center runway look like. And if you listen closely, you can even hear it a little bit. Sonic Toaster says, yo, what is that zoom? Wow. Yeah, that's digital zoom in addition to optical zoom. This is 400 times, but it magnifies pixels so greatly that it's effectively useless. The camera can go even up to 800 times, but there's also a setting that limits it to 400 times, which I have it on, and as you can see, it is already overkill. It does help to bring closer airplanes that are really far away, even though it looks pixelated, because that's what optical digital zoom is, of course. Hey, Frederick Sens also back. Good to see you, mate. If someone had shined the light on that too, we could have seen it. Indeed, Marissa. Waiting for the day that is going to happen. Also, first officers who are watching, feel free to leave us a note behind your sunscreen. We can also read it if you're landing over here. How much do you have to pay to get that much quality? Sonic Toasters asks. Well, the camera I am using is a Canon XA60, so have a look and see what it costs. But remember that it's not just the camera that you need. You also need a stable platform to film from. So you also need a tripod. That is really good if you want to show crisp and smooth footage. Saudia flight 215 arriving from Jeddah, going to the center runway. There's also a Qatar 777-300 arriving from Doha, undoubtedly also going to the center runway. We have a Ryanair arriving from Dublin now as number 2, following an Embraer 175 arriving from Bristol, going to the Polderbaan. Ryanair often using the reverser, so I'm hoping for a loud landing when Ryanair touches down. Sadia bringing us Jeddah Nights. And you can see even the logo has swords on them. Also nicely to see the flex in the wings of the Dreamliner from this angle. Something that you don't see when the airplanes are landing at the Polderbaan. Downside, of course, being not hearing the airplane that well. Danny Rules has to go. See you later, mate. Thanks for joining.
Hopelijk komt die Ryanair snel.
Ryanair die komt als tweede. Nu nog een Embraer die gaat landen vanuit Bristol. Ryanair is nummer 2.
Oh, oké.
Ja. Fidel Castro, over there, hovering perfectly still. SKLM Embraer 175 arriving from Bristol is coming, flight 1078.
Nee.
And you're right, Sonic Toaster, it is a professional grade camera. Now you need more. If you want good audio, you also need a microphone. I have one in a blimp for when it becomes windy, but you need a separate mic, otherwise you will not have good quality audio. Gary, good afternoon. Gary is tuning in from Leicester in England. Welcome, and welcome to all others who have joined us in the meantime as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are standing here at the Polderbaan, one of 2 runways in the meantime in use for arrivals. The weather is sunny. The wind is calm from the southeast to south-southeast. Parallel arrivals have begun and are expected to continue until approximately 1:40 in the afternoon over here. This is Kuwait Airways flight 127 arriving from Kuwait City. And the next airplane coming to the Polderbaan is Ryanair flight 420 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. I'm going to turn the camera to it because it might get loud, and it is landing on the runway we are standing next to after all. Qatar flight 273 arriving from Doha, the next airplane coming in to the center runway, which we can nicely film after this airplane has landed. Jaden asks, can you show your setup? Have a look in the community section. You will find plenty of pictures of me in action. It gives you a little idea of what I am carrying along with me. Sadly, Ryanair idle reverse landing. They can get loud, but today unfortunately no dice. And another murmuration of birds just now passed by, sitting in the grass here between us and the runway itself. Indeed, Frederick, bit disappointing. Talking about the audio of Ryanair. Well, can't have it all. I'll happily trade a few loud landings for 2 747s coming to the Polderbaan in an hour from now, or half an hour from now.
Hey, wij gaan weer.
Jullie gaan weer? Oké man, hey, fijne dag nog, wel thuis ook?
Ik zie je volgende keer weer. Hè?
Ja, is goed. Veel plezier nog.
Ja.
Doeg!
Hoi.
Nice little young fella who was here with his little niece. Visited here not too long ago. This is Qatar 777-300 arriving from Doha. Passenger 777, 6 hours and 28 minutes on their way. Which is logical, that's approximately the time that the Emirates A380 also uses to get here. Oh. Stop distracting me. Was looking around because I thought for a moment I was hearing something resembling turboprops, and I was wondering if it was the Coast Guard Dash 8. I don't think it was. This 777 is 11 years old, first flight October 2013. Qatar Airways flight 273. Still haven't seen the bird controllers. I'm still looking around me. Not yet visible. If you look at the wingtip, you can see it flex a little bit. As the pilot flying is banking left and right to correct a little bit for wind and to stay on course. Usually everything is on autopilot until the last couple of minutes, depending on the pilot and the weather. They can opt to fly by hand a lot earlier. It's all discretionary. Usually last couple of minutes are flown on hand and you can see the airplane banking left and right. Manual input from the pilot flying. 2 airplanes over here on the glide slope in the meantime. Sky Express returning from Athens in the foreground. That's an A320neo. It's the one that says Greece is bliss on the tin. The airplane in the background is KLM flight 926 arriving from Edinburgh. That's a 737-800. Now, interesting news. Mersa is informing us that the Turkish A330 that just entered Dutch airspace has been confirmed for the Polderbaan. That is good news, because if it is already going to the Polderbaan, then there's a big chance we also might see the 2 747s doing the same. Now, wouldn't that be something, ladies and gentlemen? Talking about a grand finale. If that is going to happen, very unexpected surprise if that's going to come true. I'm starting to get cautiously optimistic here. Meanwhile, it is 737 and 737 time. One is going to the center runway and one has just now landed here on Polderbaan. Parallel arrivals in progress. KLM flight 938 arriving from Glasgow. The next airplane coming in for Polderbaan. Hadi Lars, goedemiddag. KLM flight 106 1704 arriving from Brussels in the background. An E2 Embraer 195. In the meantime, we have an Embraer 190 flying parallel to the 737 that we are seeing over here. Another 737 flying parallel to the E2 Embraer. That's a good suggestion, Michael. Isn't that the core principle of that book called The Secret? If you think something, if you wish for something hard enough, it's going to come true. For the time being, once again, narrow-bodies galore, but as Marissa already said just now in the chat, Turkish A330 is coming and it has been assigned to the Polderbaan, so whoop-de-doo, we are going to see wide bodies pretty soon. Not just that, I'm thinking we might actually have a chance of seeing two 747s as grand finale of today's stream. Indeed, Sarah. Doing the same here on my end. The next airplane to come in here is KLM Flight 1704, arriving from Brussels. E2 Embraer 195. 2-year-old airplane, first flight May 2022. Flying parallel to it is a KLM 737-700 arriving from Aberdeen. KLM Flight 914. Now, if you've been enjoying the stream so far and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. It really helps to promote this channel and its content to people like yourselves who are into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. KLM 737-700 arriving from Aberdeen, and an Embraer 175 after that. KLM Flight 1800 arriving from JD's hometown of Düsseldorf. There it is. Probably one of the last airplanes then to the center runway. I like how they are closing it really soon. See that Vinny TV Adventures is also in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Must have missed your arrival. Hope all is well. KLM Flight 1800 arriving from Düsseldorf. Embraer 175. And there's a Transavia arriving from Alicante going to the center runway, which I think normally would have landed on this runway. So I'm looking around already to see where's the bird control, where's the runway inspection, because I am expecting one to take place pretty soon if the Transavia from Alicante is going to the center runway. Usually a last check before the other runway is closing, and in fact what I was expecting to happen is in fact happening as we speak. A bird controller is driving on the runway over here to do a runway inspection. That's good news because that is preceding the closure of the other runway. They're checking if the runway that is soon going to be the only runway for inbound traffic is safe to land on and to start being used exclusively. So the fact that this runway is now being driven over by this car is good news. If you listen carefully, you could probably hear the sound effects. Predator birds, natural enemies of the birds that are flocking here. It's a sad windsock today. No blue pills can help it get more erect. Unfortunately today, not at least. The new custom emoji, and we haven't been able to use it that regularly yet. This is K2. In the meantime, Transavia arriving from Alicante. And we have a KLM 737-700 behind it. Arriving from Stavanger. Let's do a last update of the current status quo while we are waiting for the reopening of this runway. We are seeing two 747s approaching Dutch airspace, the first of which is ATC Aerotrans Cargo. Will it be assigned to Polderbaan? I'm thinking it will be, and we'll find out soon enough. Not far behind it, Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi, Kenya, expected 1:37. This is the weather report as in the ticker, and a refresh will tell us that the wind has not changed significantly. It is now 3 degrees above zero. Still cavalcade, wind has reduced to 4 knots. So, in other words, it is a beautiful day, although not very warm. I'm pasting the ticker, the meter in the ticker. For those of you who don't know what it is the weather report updated twice an hour, 25 minutes past the hour and 5 minutes to the hour. It's very informative. If you look in the ticker, you will see EHAM, that's the abbreviation of Schiphol Airport. It's the second today, and the time of the report is 11:55 Zulu time. That's 12:55 Central European time. It starts out with the wind. 140 degrees is where it's blowing from, speed 4 knots. The wind direction is variable between 110 degrees and 210 degrees. Ceiling and visibility are okay, that means the lower 5,000 feet around the airport is clear of clouds and rain. Temperature 3 degrees and the dew point -1. Air pressure is 1024 hectopascals and no significant changes expected in the upcoming 2 hours. In the meantime, Chavs in the chat, celebrating 14 months of membership and writes, still lurking and working 14 months later. Chavs, nice of you to say hi. A massive big thank you for your continued support, my friend. Hope you still like being in the lounge. Thank you so much for your continued support, my friend. Really tremendous. Another member well in the green. And in 7 or so months from now, the first blue, no, I think even sooner than that, if I counted correctly, 3 months or so. If I saw correctly, it was also announced in the chat that the ATC 747 has been assigned to the Polderbaan. That's good news. That means the other 747 will probably be as well. In the meantime, this is BA flight 7319. It's number 190 arriving from Stansted. We have a 737-900 behind it, arriving from Barcelona, flight 1510 from KLM. So, a grand finale with 2 queens to the Polderbaan, very unexpectedly. I wasn't counting on it. But then, when the Turkish was already assigned to the Polderbaan, almost certainly had to be. Well, there you go. Not all surprises at Schiphol are nasty. Although You never know. Just goes to show, here at Schiphol, you never know. Nothing is ever certain. 9 out of 10 days, it would have been parallel arrivals and both 747s would have landed on the center runway. Today is the exception to the rule. Egypt Air flying behind the Queen, definitely worth sticking around for then. Walk like an Egyptian. Indeed, Michael, now we have to hope that the two 747s are going to use those reversers. Lord knows that all the major airplanes thus far haven't. Were due. Hey! Oh no, wait, that's the 737-900. That's still one of 2 airplanes in KLM's fleet in the SkyTeam livery. The other airplane, an Embraer 190. Marissa's beloved PHBVD, the 777-300 in the SkyTeam livery, no longer is. It's gone back to being a regular ass 777-300. Just like Chucky. And also like one of Ireland's, Aer Lingus's Irish rugby team special liveries, which we saw the day before yesterday, I think. Harjeet is now really hard thinking about reversers on. Yeah. Fingers crossed, folks. UPS in a couple of minutes passing over Amsterdam. Pete is informing us. I think from the east because I see a quad squad already in the sky. I was about to ask where is it coming from, but I think this is it. This is it, isn't it? UPS. Magnified almost 400 times digitally. This is top end of optical zoom, which for those of you who are into photography is about the equivalent of 600 millimeters full frame equivalent. Now of course you don't see enough detail yet, so well, UPS is shining. Or at least the tail is. If it looks pixelated, this is because we are in the top end of digital zoom. This is more moderate zoom, still a bit of additional digital zoom in addition to full optical zoom. Now the UPS logo more or less recognizable. Thanks for that, up, Pete. Going from Cologne to Louisville. And here, Vueling flight 1377 arriving from Alicante. A320, 10 years old, first flight made 2014. And you can see heat distortion as if it is really warm over here. You saw the ticker. The METAR said 3 degrees C, so that's 60 F or so, 61, 62 perhaps. No, wait. No, wait. No, wait. No. 30, 36 or so. 38. Apologies. Forget shine the light. UPS is shining their tail. Indeed, Marissa. That's next level. Not even Yunus with his 3 shining the light sources in business in the Delta A330 would come close to that. Jandrosek is burning incense for a 747 go around. Yeah, fingers crossed, mate. Fingers crossed. In the meantime, the first wide body coming to the Polderbaan. On the left, number 2, third airplane, vaguely visible at 7 o'clock of the number 2. On the right we have KLM flight 1944 arriving from Basel. That's an Embraer 190. And on the left we have Turkish coming in from Istanbul. Turkish flight 1957, that's an A330-300. Cargo logs also confirmed for Polderbound. Thanks, Marissa. Flipping awesome. K2 just now passed by. So, bird control in the vicinity. First up, KLM flight 1944, arrival from Basel. Left Basel an hour ago. This is the PHEXE, Fexie. Fexie is 9 years old. First flight November 2015. I also think I see an Atlas Air to Seoul on the move outbound. 7478 seems to have been pushed back. Turkish flight 1957 now, number 2. Nice bird control Embraer combo shot here. Nicely Dutch asks what kind of camera I am using. It is a Canon XA60. Canon XA60. Fast learners will have learned just now that 60 means 60 in English, in Dutch. And XA is Dutch for XA. What? Alrighty, Turkish flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul. Coming in next. After that, Transavia flight 546 arriving from Kittila. After that, we are going to see a TUI MAX 8737. And Shul, if you Google Canon XA60, you will learn that there is no lens that you can attach to that camera. Here we have Turkish coming in. Will it use its reversers then? Will any of them heavy hitters use the reversers? I'm hearing something. Meh. Only so-so. That's only so-so. That's not good enough. Not for us. Not today. So much potential gone to waste today. Pete says A350 from Delta just took off from Kaagbaan. That would be this little profile over there. It's hard to see with backlight today. Not a lot of details that you can see from the airplanes taking off. We also saw that with the A340 that took off earlier. Next up is an all-white Air Explorer flying on behalf of Transavia from Kittila, flight 546. 2 hours and 34 minutes underway. It is a 17-year-old airplane, first flight April 2007. Now it is apparently a lease or rental. If it is a wet lease and the pilots come included, which probably is the case, it won't be regular Transavia pilots landing, so who knows, maybe they will use the reversers. Let's listen. Only a little bit. Well, tell you the truth, not that much bad, not much worse looking than Transavia's livery. I think Transavia's livery is a bit boring, just like this livery is. Not a big difference. Alrighty. Where are those queens? There is one approaching Purmerend. Purmerend was in the vicinity of the scale of chimney smoke. I think I spy with my little eye. Now where was it? The building with the ads. There it is. What's this? Think that's ATC. Think that's the first of our two queens. Flying towards Purmerend. Alrighty, next up is going to be a Transavia A321 Neo arriving from KAO. That's Kusamo. That sounds Finnish or Scandinavian, but I think probably Finnish. Don't know for sure. Please don't be mad at me. 2 hours and 32 minutes on the way. It's the PHYHW, so that's the ZYX, the fourth rental. First flight April 2024. Atlas 747 now almost lining up at Aalsmeerbaan. Piet, that's on the diagonally opposite end of where we are standing. I'm not able to show you any details from 747s taking off from the Aalsmeerbaan from over here, unfortunately. Hey, it's not Captain Wheelie, but Captain Wealthy. Tuning in from Cambridge in England. Welcome, sir. Nice of you to say hi. If you are new to the channel, feel free to say hi, just like Captain Wealthy just now did. It's not mandatory by any means, but it is always appreciated. And also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching still. They're all friendly. Many of them are knowledgeable, and there's no such thing as a stupid question. For a moment, I thought we had Captain Wheelie in the chat. Wouldn't that be something? I'm seriously starting to think maybe Captain Wheelie has made a promotion and is now flying the A330, because my god, that A330 landing earlier today from KLM was a long one. BA A320 Neo arriving from London Heathrow first. After that, Lufthansa flight 992 arriving from Frankfurt, an A320. Here we go. Third airplane is twinkling already behind the number 2. That's a KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Poland. Flight 1338. Another airplane behind it, and then the first of the two queens that in the end turned out to have been assigned to the runway we thought it was going to skip. They were going to skip. Now the only thing we still have to pray and burn incense for is go-arounds, or if they are committing to landing, at least using the reversers. Howdy Hans, goedemiddag. Hans is tuning in from Beverwijk, a little further to the north. He is going to see the 747 turn in if he looks to the north. Captured by Kluske, back for the 747. There are two, mate, there are two. Stick around, there are two. Border Control also patrolling. This is Lufthansa flight 992 and let's see. In the meantime, Lufthansa just now landed, flight 992. 2 more airplanes before the second to last 747 of the show. Howdy Erik, and Linda is also looking along. Dag Linda. Hans has to leave. What? Mate, that is very unfortunate timing. Look at what is coming. Look at what is coming. Are you sure, Hans? Are you sure? Are you sure? Question when I will be back is tomorrow. Or the answer to your question. Feel that the weather gods cheated me out of a live stream yesterday. The live stream opportunity yesterday when it was densely fogged in the morning, but it evaporated relatively quickly. For tomorrow we are not expecting any fog like we didn't this morning. So I'm going for another stream tomorrow. And Hans, very smart, just going to wait a little bit. This is KLM flight 1338 arriving from Wrocław or something. Bart will have to tell me one day how to properly pronounce it. His girlfriend is Polish. I apologize to all Polish viewers and speakers for raping the name of the place of origin this airplane was coming from. I'm already struggling with English and Dutch, so... Mark back from cutting his lawns. Cutting them on February 2nd? What? Yeah, Michael, I could do that, and truth be told, I have given it some thought on more than one occasion. I think that the revenue is still not what it is needed, what it needs to be to go full time, even if I were to go and stream all days. It's not like I'm not making any money with it, but it is still... I could pay my mortgage, but then I would be left with not much to eat or be able to pay all the other fixed expenses. So I'm sure that given enough time, the channel might grow into something that I should be able to pursue full time. I hope it will. Right, enough about personal aspirations. One of 2 747s that we didn't think were going to land on Polderbaan, but are. This is Aerotrans Cargo. I think it is a premiere here on the channel, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from Dubai World Center. It is 6 hours and 58 minutes underway. That's a bit longer than the average flight time of the Emirates A380 at this point. Aero Mo also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome all others. This airplane is 28 years old, and if I know my flags, I think it is Romanian registered. ERJAI. First flight of this airplane was in February 1996. And stick around, folks. This is not the only 747 expected here. In 5 or so minutes from now, another one from Cargolux is going to land here. That will make the last... Whoa! Bouncy! Well, not bouncy, slamming. That will make the last airplane of today. Reversers. Yes. dare I say it, about goddamn time. Our patience has been rewarded. Paul says in Dutch, landed the hole into the runway, into the tarmac. Indeed it did. And Jillard is going to celebrate the birthday of his mom after AMS Live is done. Congratulations, Jillard, and enjoy the rest of your day. That was abuse of a 747 indeed. Hard landing, a great landing still. Also a loud landing. Egypt coming in, arriving from Cairo, number 2. Sarah says, my China. Now I've said it before, I'll say it again. AMS Live cannot be held accountable for loss to speakers, eardrums or China. Viewing the channel is at your own discretion. We saw 2 of KLM's 4 A321neos already. We saw the D and the A, and this is the B coming in. And there's another 747 that we are going to stick around for, so stick around if you don't have to be anywhere yet, because in a couple of minutes there is another 747 coming in. This is the 3rd of the 4 A321neos in KLM's fleet. This one is the Fax B. Was delivered in September, or I should say its first flight was in September, arriving from Stockholm. Beautiful machine. Spacious compartment for mothers-in-laws. Comfy cockpit, as you guys can see. Next up, Egypt. Egypt Air Flight 757 arriving from Cairo, 7879 Dreamliner. In the meantime, Snorri says hallootjes, good afternoon, and is celebrating 19 months of membership. Snorri, thank you so much for your continued support. Hallootjes to you too. Thanks for the continued support, my friend. I hope everything is still good in the lounge. Let me know if something is no longer to your liking. Let me see what I can do about it. Cargolux indeed next to land as last 747 and last airplane of today's show, Sonic's Toaster. Expected in a couple of minutes. Before that, Egypt Air coming in first from Cairo. An airplane that we often don't see in our streams because we don't stick around that long. Today is an exception to the rule. Nice to see Egypt Air. Always have to think about the bangles. Five-year-old airplane, first flight June 2019, and yes, I'll refrain from whistling any more in upcoming streams. I know. JDV, goedemiddag. Jaap, goedemiddag. Nice close-up shot, he says. Thanks for the kind words, mate. Marcus, warning for copyright strike incoming. Alrighty. Harry the Heron over there, not giving an F. In the meantime, Cargolux turning base. Well, it's base and turning final according to Flight Radar in the meantime already. Can we see it? That's the question. Think we need to look lower. But there it is. It's the last airplane for today. Now, if you have the time for it, check back tomorrow. I'm going to do a stream tomorrow because I wasn't streaming. I didn't do a stream yesterday. I feel I owe you guys one. Plus, the weather is expected to be similar to today. Beautiful. Russell also is coming over to say hi. Oh, No, that's the wrong... That was the color temperature. I was in the wrong menu. I wanted to go to autofocus so that I can also zoom in on him. Oh! All of a sudden he got camera shy. He saw the camera. He saw it. I was looking at him. And he got scared. Holy F. What happened to him? Did he get traumatized in the meantime? Surely by now he should know that I am not going to hurt him. Nor is that machine I was pointing towards him. In the meantime, this is Air France up. And it is the F horrible. Or at least that's what it says in my mind's eye. Effing horrible. Overhead outbound traffic in the meantime leaving for China. Chinese triple. And also a massive big thank you to Dirk for your super chat. 4 hours of streaming. Has it been 4 hours already? Where is the time going? Guess time moves quickly if you're having fun and continue to have things to do and see. E2 Embraer. Is there a message for us? No, they haven't put their sunscreen up. That's a shame. Last airplane of the day is coming. It is Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Flight 2613. The second queen that we didn't expect to see, but are eventually going to see. It is also going to be the last airplane for today. 8 hours and 52 minutes on their way to get here. The airplane is 16 years old. First flight July 2008. The gear extending. Let's go overboard with digital zoom. This is 400 times digital zoom in addition to optical zoom. The camera can go up to 800 times, which if you just saw what I saw is ludicrous. Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi, Kenya. Today's last airplane. I'm going to go ahead and say a massive big thank you to all of you for joining us here today. I had a wonderful time and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well as much as I have. If you liked the stream and you haven't already, consider leaving a like. Really helps to promote this channel to new people like yourselves who are into streams such as these but who haven't come across the channel yet. Also a massive big thank you to everybody who supported in the forms of likes, super chats, super stickers, becoming a member, gifting memberships, buying something from the merch store. Have a look if you haven't already. New merch, ground crew merch out there since last week. Also a big thank you already to all the moderators who came and went in today's stream. Keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Massive big thank you to all the new viewers who took the effort to say hi in the chat and introduce themselves. It's always nice. Like I said before, it's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. It's an international gathering of friendly folk. That's what I think makes this channel so great. Right, Fidel Castro here in the foreground, hovering perfectly still. As always, hunting for Pinky and the brain. Let's look and listen. Will this one get loud as well? Come on, spool up those reversers. Only a little bit, only a little bit. So that's 3 747s, the Orange Pride and Emirates A380, and we saw them all landing here on the Polderbaan. Particularly those last two I did not expect. I honestly thought they were going to go to the center runway. Very lucky to have seen these two land here in such a short time span. Also a massive big thank you to Pete for your super chat. 3 times 7 a 747 indeed. And the A380. And the Orange Pride. And one of the longest A330 wheelies that we have seen to date. I'm going to check that out again. Maybe it is worth making an additional video about. Also a massive big thank you to Hans for your super chat. For een lekkere beker warme punch, for a nice cup of warm punch, he says in Dutch. Thank you so much, Hans. And thank you all once again for joining me here today. As I said before, I am planning on doing another stream tomorrow around the same time as this morning. So if you have time, stick around, come visit again and enjoy the party. For now, I'm going to say thanks for joining and enjoy the rest of your day. Be safe, stay warm, and hope to see you again in the next one. Bye for now, guys.